Good evening, everyone. I am going to call to order the State of Rhode Island Coastal Resources Management Council's semi-monthly meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, June 9, 2026. I would ask that the record reflect the council members that are present here this evening. And I wish to welcome the newly appointed council members. I'm sure your subject matter expertise will be welcomed and prove to be a valuable asset in our decision-making process, so welcome. But I would be remiss if I did not publicly recognize and thank some former members for the years of dedicated service to the Coastal Resources Management Council, not only to the semi-monthly meetings, but to their attendance at subcommittee meetings, traveling all over the state and doing it for the betterment of the people of Rhode Island. That would be Patricia Reynolds, Kevin Flynn, Joseph Russolino, and Michael Reuter. So I want to publicly thank them for their years of service to the council and recognize them for that. And with that, we can begin our formal agenda. First matter will be approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, that being May 12, 2026. I know they have been disseminated. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes if the council is in a posture to do so, please.
Move approval of the minutes.
A motion has been made to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
I'd abstain as I didn't participate.
I abstain as well.
Okay.
Same.
All right. So with those abstentions, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Subcommittee reports. Director Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Rights of Way Subcommittee met earlier today to discuss what we commonly refer to as a Buttonwoods right-of-way matter. The subcommittee voted to hold hearings in the city of Warwick and continue those hearings at a future date.
Okay. Any questions of Director Willis on the subcommittee report? Okay. Staff report. Director Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll forego the typical staff report and replace it with, as you did, in welcoming our new members. Thank you all very much for your volunteering to be on the council. It's very much appreciated. We look forward to continuing the work of the agency and the council with you all on board. So thank you.
Okay. Bring us to our first matter, formal matter on the agenda. It's an application which has been out to notice for 30 days and before the council for review and action. That being 2023-02-090, SouthCoast Wind Energy LLC. It's an application for an Assent and Freshwater Wetlands permit application to construct and maintain two new 20.4-mile submarine high voltage direct current power cable bundles and associated communications cables located within a single corridor within state waters through the Sakonnet River to the southern onshore cable crossing locations at the town of Portsmouth and re-entering Mount Hope Bay from the north and crossing into Massachusetts state waters to Brayton Point in Somerset, Massachusetts. The State Assent application also includes preparation of two landfall work areas for horizontal directional drilling, pit construction, installation of transition joint bays, installation and operation of an approximately 2-mile long underground onshore transmission cable and associated underground interconnection circuits. These projects components are part of the overall 1,287 megawatt interconnection circuits. Oh, I'm sorry. The 1,287 megawatt South Coast Wind project located in Rhode Island state waters, Sakonnet River and Mount Hope Bay in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Plat 8, lots 25-50, Plat 13, lots 25-1, Plat 19, lots 19-89, Plat 25, lot 13-6. I know the applicants are here at the table, and I believe Mr. Sloan has this for the council.
Mr. Chair, before we get to the slum begins, I'd just like to address, I previously recused on a SouthCoast Wind matter back in 2023. I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to leave the council in the very capable hands of Deputy Legal Counsel John Longo, who's been doing this for you new council members, a lot longer than I have. Good luck tonight.
Okay. Kevin, I believe you have this, if you'd like to report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So before us tonight is the Category B Assent staff recommendation for the SouthCoast Wind cable project. As already described, that project file number is 2023-02-090. First, I'd like to take a minute to thank both the SouthCoast team, members of the Fishermen's Advisory Board, and other members of the Fisheries Committee and other staff, as well as Mr. Longo, for their hard work in this process. We received this application initially in 2023, and there's been a lot to happen within the industry, to say the least, but it's also been a very long, complicated, but also professional process as well. So SouthCoast Wind Energy LLC, formerly known as Mayflower Wind LLC, has applied to the Rhode Island Coastal Resources Management Council, or the CRMC, for the proposed construction, operation, and maintenance of 2 submarine power export cables associated with SouthCoast Wind's offshore renewable energy project in federal waters. The offshore power export cables will travel from federal waters through the Sakonnet River, make landfall in the town of Portsmouth, crossing Aquidneck Island, and re-enter the water in Hope Bay before continuing to Brayton Point in Somerset, Massachusetts. For the purposes of this staff report, the location and aerial of the export cable bundle and cable's immediate landings on Aquidneck Island in the town of Portsmouth, Rhode Island, will be referred to collectively as, quote, the project, except where the components are identified for individual discussion and evaluation. So the project itself is proposed to install 2 high voltage direct current HVDC submarine power cable bundles and their associated communication cabling within a single export cable corridor, or the ECC. In Rhode Island state waters and via an overland route into the town of Portsmouth. These cable bundles will be composed of 2 320 kilovolt Singapore armored submarine cables and may include fiber optic cable embedded within the cable's armor layer. The cable bundles will be approximately 20.3 miles in length within Rhode Island state waters, including Rhode Island Sound, 5.3 miles, the Sakonnet River, 11 miles, Mount Hope Bay, 4 miles. Additionally, the ECC route would utilize approximately a 2-mile long overland route off Aquidneck Island through the town of Portsmouth. One landfall location area is located on the south side of Portsmouth. Second landfall construction area is located on the northwest side of Portsmouth. The proposed ECC would be installed in CRMC Type 2 low intensity use waters and Type 4 multi-purpose waters. The application history, as I mentioned earlier, it was initially brought to the agency in 2023 after a sufficiency review, which is a preliminary review to ensure that any application has the appropriate information inside, was conducted, and it was deemed that the application at the time was insufficient. Primarily, the issue was around site control, which was rectified by the applicant. We deemed the application complete October of 2024. Public notice was subsequently issued in November of 2024, and a comment period was subsequently opened after that. The target burial depth for these cables is between 4 to 6 feet, a minimum of 4 feet. And the process would be a simultaneous lay and bury method. Approximately 137 acres estimated total temporary disturbance, and permanent disturbance would only occur where secondary cable protection would be required. This is mostly at cable crossings where there's existing infrastructure that would need protected. It is conservatively estimated that 15% of the ECC would require secondary cable protection, excuse me, which would consist of potentially rock bags, articulating concrete mattresses, or other appropriate materials in the application. HDD or horizontal directional drilling at both Portsmouth landfalls, the Sakonnet River and Mount Hope Bay sides. Will or has been done, and this avoids shellfish beds, subaquatic vegetation or SAV, and EFH in the nearshore area. Seabed prep for the cables would include boulder removal, PLGR or pre-lay grapple run, pre-lay surveys, and would occur within the lay of the cable would occur within a dredge window of between October 15 and January 31st, as stated in the RIDEM water quality certification and dredge permit. Just one moment. So to backtrack slightly with the procedural history to give some more context as to the ultimate submission of a complete application, SouthCoast Wind again submitted their Category B Assent and Freshwater Wetlands Permit application in February 2023. Upon review, it was determined that it was insufficient. The applicant answered questions from staff's request for information, and we then undertook the process of determining what information would be needed to create a complete application. SouthCoast Wind submitted an updated application with additional information to address the CRMC fires in March of 23. At the request of CRMC, SouthCoast Wind submitted updated application appendices in July of 24 and another updated application September of 2024. CRMC deemed the September 24 application complete on October 29, 2024, and CRMC then issued a public notice once again subsequently after that. During this multi-year review, SouthCoast Wind held regular biweekly meetings with both CRMC and the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management staff, and this is in addition to any as-needed meetings that were requested. Starting in May of 2022, SouthCoast Wind has engaged with the Fishermen's Advisory Board and the Habitat Advisory Board, respectively the FAB and HAB, about the project. For context, initial meetings in 2022 pertain to the federal consistency review of the SouthCoast Wind Project export cable corridor in federal waters, while the offshore cable corridor was the focus of these early meetings. The project as a whole was generally discussed, including the cable corridor in state waters. I would like to also add for context that the FAB, as it is currently comprised, was not the same membership as it was at those initial meetings. This is what we refer to as the prior FAB. On January 28th, 2025, over a year and 7 months after the former FAB resigned, the CRMC, I apologize, got ahead of myself. Starting in May of 2022, SouthCoast Wind engaged again with the FAB. The engagement included meetings with the former FAB that resigned in August of 23, and then the newly formed FAB, which was ratified in April of 2025. In January of 25, over a year and 7 months after the former FAB resigned, the CRMC put out a notice seeking volunteers willing to serve on the FAB. After several months long search, CRMC appointed new members to its FAB who were approved by the council on April 8th, 2025. On April 17th, 2025, CRMC staff held a meeting with the FAB to introduce the SouthCoast Wind project. And in May of 25, the FAB, HAB, CRMC staff, Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, Department of Marine Fisheries staff, SouthCoast Wind, and resource economics experts from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution met at the University of Rhode Island Narragansett Bay campus. And during this in-person meeting, SouthCoast Wind provided an overview of the project, and Woods Hole presented the report titled Project's Baseline Value of Commercial Fisheries Landings from the SouthCoast Wind Export Cable Corridor in Rhode Island State Waters. This is referred to as the Fisheries Economic Baseline Assessment for the FAB and HAB's consideration and subsequent feedback. The Fisheries Economic Baseline Assessment had previously been distributed to the FAB and HAB by CRMC on April 11th, 2025. the FAB, HAB, SouthCoast Wind, CRMC staff, RIDEM DMF staff, and Woods Hole met virtually on May 22nd to review and discuss updates made to the fisheries economic baseline assessment based on feedback received from the FAB and HAB at the previous in-person meeting. On June 20th, 2025, SouthCoast Wind provided the FAB and HAB via CRMC staff the report titled Commercial Fisheries Landings and For-Hire Charter Fishing Revenue Exposure to the SouthCoast Wind Export Cable Corridor in Rhode Island State Waters. This is referred to as the Fisheries Exposure and Impact Report from Woods Hole for the FAB and HAB's review. The FAB, HAB, SouthCoast Wind, CRMC staff, RIDEM DMF staff, and Woods Hole again met virtually on July 16th, 2025 to discuss the results of the project's Fisheries Exposure and Impact Report, and those were presented by Woods Hole for the FAB and HAB's consideration and feedback. Alongside these initial meetings, SouthCoast Wind responded in writing to the FAB, HAB, and CRMC staff on a series of questions raised during engagement. Responses to those questions and comments were formally shared on June 6th of 25 and on July 22nd of 25. Project's Fisheries Exposure and Impact Report also described updates that were made to the analysis as a direct result of feedback from the FAB and HAB. In July of 25, again, SouthCoast Wind provided a draft fisheries compensatory mitigation memorandum of understanding, hereinafter referred to as the MOU, to CRMC staff for sharing with the FAB and HAB, which was based on the Fisheries Exposure and Impact Report, which was conducted by Woods Hole, and amended to account for feedback received by the FAB and HAB. In September of 25, a repeat of Woods Hole's July 2025 fisheries exposure presentation, was made to reorient the FAB, including a new member who joined the FAB after the initial SouthCoast Wind meetings were conducted. The new member was ratified in July of 25. During this time, CRMC staff met with FAB members regularly to discuss FAB structure, the project, and potential legal representation. CRMC coordinated all meetings with the FAB and HAB and provided proper notice and opportunities via scheduled polling options in attempts to accommodate as many members as possible. In response to the FAB expressing interest in the option for legal representation, SouthCoast Wind provided CRMC staff a list of attorneys with fisheries backgrounds on August 14th of 25 to assist in the search process. From August 25 through January of 2026, the CRMC considered other attorneys in addition to those provided by SouthCoast Wind. CRMC and the FAB were unable to reach mutual agreement on the selection of legal representation despite numerous attempts and candidates reviewed. As 650-RICR-20-5-11.10.1G establishes mitigation as a negotiation among CRMC staff, the FAB, and the project developer with final approvals by the council. The FAB holds no unilateral authority to select legal representation for the negotiation. To select legal representation for that negotiation, and any such selection requires a mutual agreement of the FAB and CRMC staff. Having been unable to reach that agreement, CRMC staff communicated to the FAB in January 26 that it would proceed without legal representation, while noting that a mediator and/or an independent resource economist may be engaged to support the compensatory mitigation discussions. In January of 26, FAB members communicated to the CRMC their capacity as an advisory body, an interest in engaging Dr. Todd Gilfus. He's a professor of resource economics at the University of Rhode Island, as a CRMC subject matter expert to support the mitigation negotiation process. CRMC staff and the FAB mutually agreed that a resource economist would meaningfully assist in the mitigation negotiations. And in response, SouthCoast Wind worked with CRMC and external legal counsel on a consultant agreement to engage Dr. Gilfus, which enables SouthCoast Wind to pay his reasonable consulting fees directly pursuant to 650-RICR-20-05-11.9.8F. On February 18th, 2026, a fully executed consultant agreement with Dr. Gilfus was sent by CRMC's counsel to SouthCoast Wind. After execution of the consultant agreement, SouthCoast Wind met with Dr. Gilfus multiple times to orient him with the project and previous engagements with the FAB and HAB, and to discuss how feedback has been addressed to date. Continuing along the lines of mitigation, per 650-RICR-20-05-11.10.1F, the council shall require potential adverse impacts of offshore developments and other uses on commercial or recreational fisheries be evaluated, considered, and mitigated. Furthermore, mitigation is defined as a process to make whole those fisheries user groups, including related shoreside seafood processing facilities that are adversely affected by offshore development proposals or projects, as required by the Ocean Stamp or Special Area Management Plan in Section 11.10.1G. Negotiations between CRMC staff, FAB, and SouthCoast Wind took place over the course of several months and resulted in the document titled SouthCoast Wind Fisheries Mitigation Proposal for the Category B Assent, located in Appendix B of the staff report. As such, should the council approve the good faith negotiated fisheries compensatory mitigation proposal, the final executed agreement will be included in the CRMC's assent for the project. An additional requirement of this project is to receive a submerged lands lease. Because this project is over 25 acres in size, a recommendation from the CRMC must be made to the General Assembly. So as such, SouthCoast Wind Energy LLC has requested a submerged lands lease for renewable energy development. That again is larger than 25 acres in support of their project. Requests for a submerged lands lease that are 25 acres or larger require direct enactment of the General Assembly by legislative action. The SouthCoast Wind offshore power cables are not transatlantic cables as defined in CRMC management procedures at 650-RICR-10-00-1.4.14. Because these cables would extend from the project's lease area approximately 51 nautical miles southeast of Rhode Island's coast into Rhode Island state waters. The requested submerged lands lease area comprises two separate portions of Rhode Island submerged lands. Portion one travels from the mean high water mark at Portsmouth, Rhode Island seaward in the Sakonnet River to the limit of Rhode Island territorial waters. Portion two travels from mean high water mark on the Mount Hood Bay side of Portsmouth to the Rhode Island, Massachusetts state boundary in the bay. The total length of the offshore export cable corridor is approximately 20.4 miles or 32.8 kilometers, would be a maximum of 2,300 feet wide or 700 meters, and will result in a total leased area of 4,135 acres in Rhode Island state waters. The requested submerged lands lease would be sufficient for cables associated with SouthCoast Wind Project 1 and Project 2 cables. Project cables, when not bundled, will run parallel with a targeted spacing of 164 feet between those cables. Consistent with the Revolution Wind submerged lands lease request, SouthCoast has requested the entire corridor area as a requirement for necessary operations, maintenance activities associated with export cables. The submerged lands lease would request would entail granting SouthCoast Wind the rights to the installation, construction, reconstruction, repair, replacement, maintenance, operation, uses, inspection, patrol, decommissioning, and removal of the export cable in accordance with the relevant CRMC regulations. SouthCoast Wind will be limited to only those activities related to the export cable and may only conduct those activities in accordance with the assent, subject to stipulations and relevant CRMC regulations. The lease will prevent additional submerged cables or burials of similar nature from being within the lease zone unless otherwise approved by the legislative action. Under Rhode Island General Laws, Section 46-23-1, sub F sub 2, the legislature hereby declares that in light of the unique size, scope, and overall potential impact of the environment of large-scale filling projects involving 25 acres or more, any lease of title lands or licenses license to use those lands is subject to approval, disapproval, or conditional approval by the direct enactment of the General Assembly by legislative action. CRMC staff have determined that the SouthCoast Wind project meets the criteria established by the Rhode Island General Laws. As such, the sole authority to issue the submerged lands lease for the project rests with the legislature. Staff shall work with the General Assembly in an advisory capacity and make recommendations on the request for a submerged lands lease. The required submerged lands lease will not prohibit the council from issuing a decision. A stipulation for requiring a submerged lands lease has been added to the report to address this issue.
Good evening, everyone. So as Kevin has laid out the basics of.
Hold on one sec, Justin. I just, because Kevin, thank you, did a lot right there. Any questions of Kevin that can't wait? Okay. Justin.
Following on from Kevin's report, I will be talking about various concerns and potential impacts this project had and what was done to address them, including public comments.
Excuse me, could you speak up a little louder, please?
Sure. So I'm going to go through and talk about potential impacts and other activities that other environmental impacts. I'm going to start off with electromagnetic fields, EMFs for short. We've got a lot of comments of these in the past and today, and we raised these concerns before. As it stands right now, there's no regulatory thresholds or guidelines for allowable EMF levels in marine environments. None have been established so far. There is a growing body of evidence that staff has reviewed that shows EMFs may be perceptible to some electromagnetically sensitive marine species. But there remains a lack of evidence indicating potential harmful impacts on the population or community levels for various types of marine species. BOEM also released a study back in 2019 and concluding based upon its review of the knowledge at that time that the operation of offshore wind energy projects is not expected to negatively affect commercial and recreational fisheries within the southern New England area. Negligible effects, if any, on bottom dwelling species are anticipated. No negative effects on species exposure to further distance from the power cables buried on the sea floor. And I think the public and the other agencies, regulatories, including CRMC, did ask BOEM for an update on this, and they did deliver back in 2024. In the foods exposure to this report. Exposure to EMF emissions with offshore wind farms.
You have to speak up a little bit, Justin. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no worries.
Yeah.
Need to take a glass of water.
All right.
In 2024, BOEM updated its review of the state of the science literature, included that exposure to EMF emissions from offshore wind farms could elicit a response from electro and magnetic sensitive species. However, any effects anticipated to be species-specific and limited to individuals in the immediate vicinity, biologically non-significant. I think it's important to note that for those who are not familiar with electromagnetic fields, particularly those generated from power, they are subject to square root laws. When you expand, they drop dramatically. So as you get further away, it's not just a linear drop off for impact, it's an exponential one, which is why staff, hearing these concerns, has recommended a significant burial for these cables from 4 to 6 feet along the entire cable. Because at that depth, at 4 feet, you can expect a 4-fold decrease in potential from the magnetic field. Stipulation 8, you will hear about later, does address this. Other potential environmental impacts. We are particularly interested in impacts on certain species of marine fish, marine animals, marine reptiles, submerged aquatic vegetation, amphibians, bats, and marine and terrestrial birds. I'm going to start off with submerged aquatic vegetation, SAV for short. CRMC has a particular interest in the protection of eelgrass and wagling grass. Both have high habitat value and are found in the Sakonnet. However, these species are found closest to the shore in shallow water. They do not, as plants, without sunlight, they cannot grow, so they do not venture more than 3 feet off the shore. The export cable associated with the associated area of disturbance, possible sediment disposition, will not be close enough to shore to affect any known survey locations of SAB. The closest site in the Sakonnet River that's going to be potential is about 1 kilometer away, 0.6 miles from the edge of the export cable corridor. This distance, combined with the moving nature of the work and the limited amount of sediment, will not cause significant accumulation, which is not expected to bury or block sunlight or disturb the SAV. Prior to construction, the SAV will be resurveyed to guide the horizontal directional drill placement to avoid the SAV as outlined in the mutually agreed upon conditions of the project's 401 water quality certification and marine dredge permit issued by RI, DEM, and CRMC. The horizontal directional drilling is how they get to shore from offshore. So that's the part that's closest to the actual shoreline. Therefore, that's the one where it's had the most potential. But even then, it's still a significant distance away from any SAV. Benthic species. Impacts to benthic species that live on where the ocean bottom is. When you have benthic species, they live on the ocean bottom, and therefore they're subject to potentially burial or impacts to this type of dredging. These are species we are concerned about are blue mussels, gastropods, mollusks, conch, call hogs, just to name a few, mantis shrimps, and benthic worms. These would be unavoidable, but minimal to the greatest extent possible. And then we also expect recovery of these species at a very reasonable time. While the cable corridor is very long, it's going to impact a relatively small width, about 20 meters or 65 feet in the corridor around the central line. Then recolonization can occur almost immediately after, as most of the material that is dredged up from to lay the cable will fall back in to the hole as created, as this cable is going to be a simultaneous, as least close as you can, burial process, lay and bury. So as they scoop out the material, they'll lay the cable and then the material will fall back in. This is a benefit to the environment and to the cable itself, as it provides immediate protection, and it resets the environment without waiting for sediment to naturally get pushed in there through tides and stuff, so on. Certain species like worms are going to be the least impacted and are expected to return within weeks to months. Other species such as mollusks and clogs could take a little longer to return, but full recovery has been studies to show that maybe 1 to 3 years at most. And since this is such a narrow area, the recolonization is much more likely to happen quickly because of the fact that we could habitat to the left and the right throughout the entire corridor. So it can fill in pretty easily. There was also during this process about the cable concerns from the public were raised about the potential impacts of heat generation by the cables on the benthic habitat. Naturally, anytime you transport energy over any distances, no matter what, you're going to have loss in that form of heat, usually. Radiation occasionally, radiation and so on, but heat's the main one. This is expected to be inconsequential amount of heat. Given how deep these cables are buried and given how the ground was essentially absorbed the heat and dissipated, the temperature increase is almost negligible, well within any typical seasonal variations, and expected maybe at 1 degree around the surface of the cable. Other species of note that we looked into is winter flounder. Winter flounder are priority species for the state of Rhode Island. They lay their eggs over sandy bottoms and algae nets in shallow nearshore water habitats during the winter and spring. These eggs are vulnerable, particularly to burial by disposed sediment. With the cable being buried in the center of the channel, most of the suspended sediment dropping directly out of the water column quickly and landing well before the area, along with it moving. It's not expected to have any impact on the eggs. They're too close to shore. They're too far away from the sediment. It's just going to drop out of the column before then. And so winter flounder themselves are expected to avoid the area during construction, as that just generates a lot of noise. We do not project. Staff does not anticipate impacts to winter flounder population based upon the anticipated construction schedule. Winter skate. I just realized, so we're gonna get to this later, but reason why we're focusing on winter species is this, we have a dredge window in the state of Rhode Island that is deemed to be the least impacted time of the year, which we have time of year restrictions set up by DEM to identify species that time of the year where it's going to be least impactful to species of life and of the public. So that's over the course of winter, October to the end of January. So that's why there's been focus on winter species. Winter skate. They lay their eggs year round. They feed on a diverse range of organisms, such as crustaceans, mollusks, worms. There's a theory like sediment displacement can interfere with their theory to hunt. However, given that the entire state is winter skate habitat and this project's going to be moving at a clip, laying the barrier all the way up the Sakonnet, they will have access to similar resources in the immediate surrounding area. We don't anticipate there be any impact on the population. We have a bunch of marine animals in the state: whales, porpoises, seals, sea turtles. Most common being harbor seals. We do see sightings for other species, even though it's a little bit more rare or uncommon. Impact to these species are expected to be temporary and localized to the immediate surrounding area of the construction corridor. It's believed that these species and their prey will avoid these areas during construction and return once construction is finished. Effects on any diet or habitat preferences will be mitigated during construction by a relatively small percentage of the habitat being affected, along with the availability of similar habitat in the surrounding area. Bigger concern would be vessel strikes and entanglement in any of the equipment being used. But by environmental monitoring and reporting, vessel strike avoidance measures are required in state water activities as outlined, SouthCoast is outlined in their Appendix O Marine Mammal and Sea Turtle Monitoring Mitigation Plan. Given the strike avoidance measures, the low probability of marine mammals occurring in the Sakonnet, the risk of potential vessel strike is low. Birds. In general, sediment and construction services have potential to impact benthic and GSL species, which are food sources for the birds, but that will be minimal and temporary due to once again, the surrounding habitat. Where they're landing on the beach will be a second kind of the concern because that's the near shore environment. But where that beach is located, there's already heavily human presence there. There's no nesting locations for any known species that are endangered. So it should be the least impactful place to make landfall in that corridor and exit. We also have a concern with bats and their endangerment. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services information for planning and consulting had listed that there's no critical habitat has been designated for the species with the scope of the project area. Staff does concur with this. DEM has also reached out to by SouthCoast for information indicating any potential habitats. There's only low or very low effects to bats. Usually just from noise. It's not, staff agrees with this conclusion. And they're located primarily in trees. And since the cable is going to be underground and it's not going to cut down any trees, staff agrees that this is not going to be a massive impact to the bat population. The marked butterfly is also a migratory species that's expected on Rhode Island in late summer and early fall. Why it's acknowledged that this is potential area of the habitat. Given the timeline of the project, it's unlikely that this will have any impact on the marked butterfly. It's not going to occur at the same time. DEM and CRMC issued we went through we have work quality standards. We worked with DEM and we went through and addressed them all. The application meets all of the expected. It's satisfactory to all the regulatory standards for our water quality permit. I'm going to give a quick overview of public comments. As Kevin mentioned earlier, this project's public notice was issued November 13th, 2024. And for 65 days, there was an open public comment period concluding on January 20th, 2025. We received over 100 letters during this comment period. Majority were in support of the project. There were many commenters of diversity from NGOs such as Save the Bay, Rhode Island Saltwater Anglers Association, towns, Little Compton, and Town of Milton, including various industries such as RI Building and Sea Freeze, along with dozens of individuals with their own questions, concerns, and comments. General, the letters of support were centered around, this is just an overview. I'm not going to go through every comment that, staff, you have all access to those. The support in general overview were citing concerns about climate change and viewing renewable energy as the best path forward, along with economic opportunities that such a cable would provide. When reaching out to the public, we received objections. Staff went through and made sure to read and answer within the report to the extent possible all the objections raised or concerns. There's Save the Bay, for instance, raised several concerns they have but did not object. Staff believes that all the stipulations of the project some were created to address these. And there, if there was nothing in staff's opinion raised during this comment period that did not leave us unsatisfied with this project.
Just as a quick overview for the public's benefit, there were 30 staff stipulations that are being recommended in the staff report. I would like to just go over some of the key ones. A cable barrier work plan required to be submitted within 90 days prior to construction, to include contingencies around anchoring and flood plans. The dredge window, which has been referenced several times, minimum burial depth of 4 feet. Target is 4 to 6, and secondary protection required where burial depth is unachievable. Secondary cable protection should be biologically compatible, trawlable materials, and limited to areas of demonstrated need. Boulder relocation plan be RIDEM approved. Boulders relocated within 50-meter survey corridor and prohibited on subaquatic vegetation and mussel beds. Post-construction cable survey, multi-beam HRG, 1 year post-installation, and then 3-year intervals post-major storm surveys are required. EMF monitoring results will be provided to CRMC and RIDEM within 90 days of post-construction assessment. Fisheries representative, a third-party CRMC ratified and funded by the asset holder, in this case SouthCoast Wind, for the duration of construction. Again, the submerged lands lease as previously discussed, and then decommissioning per BOEM and BESI requirements. A decommissioning application will be submitted to CRMC prior to the project's end. And then once again, just to go back to the fisheries compensatory mitigation MOU, to go into that in some level of detail. Again, the MOU has a governing standard, or the mitigation itself is a governing standard of a make-whole obligation for adversely affected fisheries user groups needed for mitigation, and the need for mitigation is presumed. The negotiations occurred between staff, FAB, and SouthCoast Wind. Dr. Todd Gilhus of URI engaged as CRMC's subject matter expert per the OSAM. The scope is actually limited to only Project 1, which the first cable bundle installation. Project 2 is being reserved for a separate future proceeding. And this was done intentionally because the cable installations for Project 1 and Project 2 are not, they will not occur at the same time. So because Project 2 is potentially happening at some point in the future, it was agreed that that time frame is more than speculative. So we reduced the scope of the fisheries compensation to just Project 1, and Project 2 will be addressed later down the road. The payment vehicle is through the Rhode Island Fishermen's Future Viability Trust. And that trust will be in control of the design and administrating claims process. This is a very intentional part of the MOU. We have found, having done several of these offshore wind projects now and different mitigation packages, that sometimes less is more when it comes to being prescriptive when for a claims process or eligibility for funds for fishers to access. So we're leaving it blank intentionally right now as far as how the claims process will be designed. And that will grant the opportunity for ourselves and the Viability Trust and others to continue to learn as we go back and revisit prior agreements and improve upon processes and claims programs that are developed down the road. So this again is the evolution of a continued learning process. There are three main components of this MOU. The direct compensation fund, which addresses commercial and for-hire charter fishing. It includes a $754,906 base, and that is in 2024 dollar value. There's a CPIU escalated to financial close, so to account for inflation. And that range would be just over $800,000 if there's a 2027 financial close for the project. And then it would range up to just about $885,000 if the project closes in 2025. Currently, there is a cap. So if the project were to close in 2032, the applicant would still pay the inflation value of 2031. There is a recreational fishing support fund. This is an exciting bit, in my opinion. This will be a first of its kind in Rhode Island. Recreational fishing has always been an extreme challenge to address explicitly in fisheries compensatory mitigation with offshore wind. We know it's impacted, but as with some fisheries and fishery user groups, it is data poor. It's very hard to say that I, an individual fisherman, have suffered X numbers of dollars of harm, which again, it's not about ignoring the harm. It's about being able to defend the rationale behind the analysis that underlies the agreements. So, excuse me. So for this project, we have, along with the developer, have been able to establish a recreational fishing support fund that is a base of $67,500, again in 2024 value. That is also subject to those inflation escalators. So it would range from, a little over $71,500 in 2027 to just under $80,000 in 2031. These funds, again, to reflect that kind of, amorphous unknown that is the valuation of rec fishing, is unrestricted. And that is in the sense that that money will be able to be used either, by somehow designing a claims process that would address rec fishers individually or collectively, or could be used to benefit the rec fishing sector in various ways. Again, that is all kind of TBD, and would, the recreational fishing sector will be consulted and a part of that process if and when this project reaches financial close and those funds become available. The other important aspect is a trawlability study. This was an ask that came directly from the Fishermen's Advisory Board. There is continued skepticism, and rightfully so, around the ability to full gear over these articulating concrete mattresses that are used as secondary cable protection. So this trawlability study will be funded at a fixed $60,000. It will assess mobile gear safety over secondary cable protection. It will be commissioned within 12 months of Project One's commercial operation commencement. The total obligation range, financial obligation range, is $932,483 with if there's a 2027 financial close, and then with inflation escalators, it could rise to $1,023,058. There are conditions precedent, of course. The CRMC assent, would need to be issued. All other state and federal permits would need to be obtained by the applicant, and project one financial close. So, as stated earlier, per section 1110(1)G of the Ocean Special Area Management Plan, upon council approval of any agreement, that agreement would then be incorporated into the assent. Importantly, this MOU, as it exists in the staff report, was presented to the FAB, and they were given the opportunity to vote on it. They did reject it. There were 4 no's, 2 yeses, and 4 no votes, and in that there were folks that either didn't respond on the call itself, or we also opened it up to voting by email, and we did not receive responses. So with that, the SouthCoast Wind has endeavored, in staff's opinion, to minimize the impacts of the project through construction methods, design, and location of the activities. SouthCoast has worked with both federal and state regulatory authorities, including but not limited to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, CRMC, and RIDEM, as well as other interested parties. Despite this effort to minimize impacts, in some cases, impacts are in fact unavoidable. These include permanent alteration to the benthic habitat from a soft bottom to hard bottom from secondary cable protection, along with impacts to fishing communities. SouthCoast Wind has offered mitigation compensation to address these impacts on the fishing communities. In this application, SouthCoast has outlined a set of performance standards and process steps that address the regulatory review by CRMC staff. Staff deferred to the council for the consideration of the staff report and the substantive testimony expected during the public hearing process. It is also in the opinion of staff that the material submitted for this application is sufficient to move to final design. As such, staff recommend the project for approval.
Thanks. One quick question, Kev. What's the range of number that you left us with? 900-something thousand to 1 point something million. What was it?
Yeah, so low end 932,483. And then high end $1,023,058. And for added context, the initial offer from SouthCoast reflected was intended to account for both projects 1 and 2. So, 1 cable burial and then a subsequent cable burial. And I believe that came in at $1.12 million. Because we decided to bifurcate and only focus on project 1 and leave project 2 for a later date, that initial offer essentially dropped to $560,000. So we, through a lot of work with Dr. Gilhus, FAB input, SouthCoast Wind's experts, we've been able to agree to a methodology which is on the underlying assumptions and calculations and everything, which is pretty close to a first from what I can remember. But all that to say, there has been significant movement upward from that initial position.
All right. Thank you both for that very extensive review for the benefit of the council. I'll open up to the council for any questions of Kevin or Justin. Yes, Mr. Rabideau.
I guess my questions relate to the staff stipulations. Are the environmental compliance monitor in stipulation 13 and the certified verification agent in stipulation 50 intended to be one and the same person, or are they supposed to be different people?
So stipulation 13 and stipulation
15.
13.
So according to 15, BOEM requires a certified verification agent.
That's correct.
You're requiring in stipulation 13 an environmental compliance monitor. I'm just curious if they're supposed to be the same or if they're two different individuals.
They could be two different individuals. I don't think they have submitted who they want to have as environmental monitor yet, but they could be two separate entities. They could be one, but yeah,
So they could be the same
it
individual.
could be.
And the reason I get to that is because in stipulation 13, you don't state what the reporting requirements are for the environmental compliance monitor, but it is stated in stipulation 15. So I'm just looking for clarification there to make sure that as this project moves forward, you get the appropriate data that you need on a timely basis. And if it's detailed in your stipulations, you're going to be able to hold them, you know,
So
their feet to the fire, so to speak.
absolutely. So the CVA that BOEM requires is for like the total project.
Mhm.
So we only really need the environmental compliance with the monitor there. So if they want to state orders of limited to something, but they have to come in for approval with the report for us. So we do get a say if it's not sufficient.
Do you want to read anything before I turn it over?
Thank you.
Good question.
Okay. Any further questions?
I have a host of them, Mr. Chairman, but it probably is appropriate. I wait till we see a presentation and others, because I'm going to probably get a little academic nerdy on how some of these things have been derived. Because, for instance, the suggestion that the literature on EMF is conclusive is troubling me. It's pretty conclusive on fisheries, but on mammalian species, it's pretty definitive as to adverse impacts, particularly on lactating mammals. So, you know, we want to go back to some of that kind of stuff and, you know.
Sure. You want us to answer that now, or do you want to? We'll wait for SouthCoast.
Let's hold, because I'll nerd out more on you. I've only had 72 hours to read all of this.
All right. Before the applicant speaks, we're gonna have Mr. Guilfoyle.
Dr. Guilfoyle.
Dr. Guilfoyle, all right. If you just want to come up and to address what he's trying to be.
Dr. Guilfoyle, if you don't mind coming up front. Dr. Guilfoyle is a resource economist professor at the University of Rhode Island who we engage to work with us in the FAB on understanding the applicant's economic impact analysis of the fisheries that are within this cable corridor. And what Dr. Guilfoyle has done was look at the applicant's analysis and report, made recommendations on what he thought should be analyzed in a certain way, and come up with recommendations for us as the agency with staff and the FAB to come back, if you will, at the applicant's proposal on what those impacts are and how they should be assessed. That helped us and informed us on where we got to these numbers. And if Dr. Guilfoyle, if you don't mind explaining maybe how you worked with the applicant's consultant on the economic impact of the fisheries to derive some of your recommendations, that might be helpful to the council.
And if I can just have you spell your name for the stenographer, please.
Yes, it's Todd, Todd, Guilfoyle, Guilfoos. Sure. So, I mean, the main things that I did as far as reviewing or giving information about the value of impact was reviewing the report by Hui. So that involved just reviewing some of the assumptions, where some of their numbers came from, the data that was used, because we have some data poor fisheries involved in the bay where impacts are projected to occur. And so I derived some recommendations on things that I thought could be adjusted or supplemented with additional data. So one of those was the mantis shrimp fishery. So the mantis shrimp fishery is a data poor fishery. So I had basically done two things with that is I've requested updated numbers from the DEM for catch in 2025 along with the number of permits that were reported. And then I interviewed members of the FAB and members of the fishing community to understand how many active fishers there are, what's their sort of expected revenue from Mount Hope Bay in that area. And then I provided updated projections for mantis shrimp based on those data points. Another place where I focused some effort was we'd actually have experience with the cable from Revolution Wind. And so I went back through the Mariner briefing reports and documented sort of the timeline of impacts versus expected impacts that were reported through this committee when they went up through their category B. And I found that it was longer than expected. There was more secondary coverage than expected. And so I incorporated some recommendations based on that observation. And then I also provided some recommendations on the timing, which I think are adopted for the most part. So the timing of these was different than initially suggested, which was not to the benefit of the fishermen because payment to the trust happens once all final approvals occur, which is going to be sometime in the future, right? Years from now. And so previously these values were discounted back rather than inflated because essentially they should be inflated because it's going to be in the future at some point with inflation buried into that value versus discounted, which would assume that the fishers had access to those funds now and could benefit from investing in the trust. So those were the big recommendations that I put through and were documented in my report. I also note some things that are risks that are not valued because of either data poor or just unknown probability of these events occurring, because it's very tricky when you're talking about some of these individual species to know how they'll react or how they'll come back in a particular area. So, I just wanted, those were the highlights of my interaction with the FAB and CRMC.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Guilfoyle at this point? Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, welcome. I think you've given a great explanation of how you might correct the shrimp weakness in terms of data richness. Do you have any suggestions when first reading the inflation values factored into it? Year one, it's okay. Year two, it's already off by a point of what's being reported on the current year. And so there does not appear to be any adjustment should we go into a hyperinflationary period here, which no one wants, but it could happen. Nor do I understand why it's capped at 31. And whether you think as economists that's a reasonable treatment of members of the fleet. So first I'm seeing it right now as structured as shortchanging them and then cutting them off.
Yeah.
How do we cure something like that?
Yeah, so I would say inflation is very tricky. So there's risk here. It's a question of who bears that risk, right? So at the moment, because we've baked in these numbers, if inflation is high, that's essentially the fishermen carry that risk because they'll be undercompensated. If inflation is low, then they would benefit. And it's very hard to know what inflation will be. So there's a number of factors. And so what I suggested was a long-term inflation after this year. So I have a higher inflation number for this year. But even, I mean, there's quite a wide standard error of people's predictions for even like December this year of what inflation will be. So there would be another way to do this, which would be just to peg it to actual inflation. So you could replace this table with an agreement of whatever actual CPI headline inflation is, which would shift the risk from the fishermen to the applicant in this case, because they would carry the bet on what inflation would do rather than the fishermen. As far as the timeline, I guess this is a question for the CRMC because I don't really understand the legal, what would happen if this gets pushed to 2032. My assumption, which is maybe wrong, would be is that we would have to generate a new MOU, but because it wouldn't be covered by this, is that so I don't actually know. I mean, I do think it doesn't make sense if it's too far in the future, then it does carry the risk of just deflating the funds beyond what they're meant to do, which is cover these damages.
One quick follow-up.
Sure.
Do you have any thoughts as an economist? Right now, my view is fishermen are bearing all the risk and all the shortcomings. And one of the things not even mentioned in your report, as I read it, is the value of their money or their adverse impacts. You know, so money today has more value to me than money paid a year to me or 5 years. Is there any way to factor in what I would call their hardship impacts on the cost of money?
So I would, I guess, slightly disagree with that in that it's assumed that the carrying value of this money would be invested, which would carry those types of risks in it. So you're right, they carry that risk, but they also carry the ability to essentially, which is what's happened with the current trust funds for other agreements, is they've invested those and they're meant to cover any time discounting of the value that they carry. Now, is it, I mean, it's very difficult to know. So there's lots of studies on time value of money from economists that show that like risk-free time value changes over time. But I think it's well within the variation that you could expect from investment return. I would say the only caveat to that too is how much money is available for these types of payments versus actually running the fund. So I understand that's a concern, so if you pay all your money for administration, then it never gets paid out. So that's a different type of risk, but I think it's buried in that because you basically lose that ability to earn if you're paying it out in administration fees.
Yes, just remember.
If SouthCoast Wind were to fund the trust at the low end today,
Yes.
wouldn't that take away the risk to the fishermen? Then the trust would be funded, and right, if inflation goes up and they get it in a proper vehicle for
Yes.
So yes and no. So I would say yes, in principle, I would agree with that sentiment because they would carry the money and would carry the ability to invest it over time and increase. I would say I don't want to word this carefully, is not all the recommendations from my report were adopted for the low end number, I would say. So I would not 100% agree that it would.
But if an agreement were reached on a low end number and they decided to fund it today, the risk to the fishermen would be taken away. Obviously, they couldn't withdraw from the fund until they find it.
The inflation risk.
The inflation risk.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all without stop. That was the discussion.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I essentially, yes.
okay. Thanks.
Mr.
Chairman, the direct compensation, this is, if I understand correctly, this is the lost revenue for the fishermen?
So it's a combination of things, but lost revenue as well as onshore impacts. So we have indirect and induced effects on top of it. But yes, that's generally what they're from.
So they've lost the revenue because they haven't been able to catch a certain amount of fish. So that fish is not making it into the marketplace for the average Rhode Islander.
Right.
What happens to the market price of bluefish
Right.
with the less.
So essentially, you're talking about pecuniary externalities, which essentially, I don't really know the answer to that. It really depends on some of these fisheries, which is very hard to estimate, especially when we don't have, if there's dockside sales, we have to do studies of how much of that catch is coming in from the dock, how much is going through dealers. So I don't really have an estimate of price. I would say this is probably a larger issue for the turbine fields, where you're just going to get much more revenue than you do from a cable, but it's a valid point.
Because it looks like we're compensating the fishermen. It looks like we're trying to compensate recreational fishermen, but the average Rhode Islander is going to pay more for seafood because of a decline.
Sure. Yeah. So I would expect shrimp to be more expensive during this.
It's everything that we've listed as being impacted for 6 months to a year.
Well, I would say there's some of these species that would be small enough that we wouldn't expect pecuniary impacts, but the bigger ones, so whelk and mantis shrimp, potentially scup, those are the ones I would expect if we saw something, that's where they would come in.
Not the winter flounder and.
I mean, maybe
But we haven't addressed that for the average Rhode Islander at all.
Right, correct.
Mr. Starr.
Following up on Mr. Sullivan's point about pegging the inflation to the CPI.
Right.
Would appear that the fishermen over time, if it's not, they don't have a real opportunity to recoup their losses.
Right.
Because they're not fishing. However, South Coast may have the possibility, if it's pegged on inflation, to recoup their losses or expenses through just inflationary changes, rates to consumers for electricity. They are more in a better position. So I would think that a rate of inflation pegged to the CPI may be more beneficial to the fishermen. And it wouldn't, because Yeah,
I mean, I would agree with that assessment. I would agree with that assessment.
okay. Thank you there.
Yeah.
One quick thought. I'm assuming you'd agree with the suggestion that trying to forecast profitability in the fishing industry right now is extraordinarily complex. Talk about inflation, when in fact, if you look at their operational costs, they've probably gone up 50 to 60% in the last 4 months just on fuel prices.
Right.
And so do you have any other thoughts on how to help keep a commercial fleet solvent?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really thought, that's a pretty broad scope question. So I would agree with the assessment, though, that there's plenty of other concerns, fuel prices being very big, bait prices, the fact that the price of of what's being caught could change dramatically, as we've seen with some of the species out in Revolution. And so, there's quite a lot of variability, which just brings risk. Some of that is inherent. Some of it is definitely going to interact with this offshore wind issue. I mean, you carry quite a lot of risk to start with, but I would agree that some of that interacts with these, because if you're unable to make a living for a couple months during the winter, so if you're a mantis shrimp fisher, and that might, tip the scales for you to make it very difficult. You might have to switch to something else. You might have to find another job for a while. I don't know.
Okay,
Enough for now.
Mr. Willis.
I just want to thank Dr. Guilfoyle for making the effort. He put a lot of time and effort into helping the FAB and the staff understand these issues, but also personally for today, he was out of state at a work meeting and hustled to get here on time. So I really appreciate you doing that, Doctor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Thanks.
Okay. Cindy, how are you doing? You good? Okay. Turn it to the applicant at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, CRMC staff. For the record, my name is Christian Capiz, OCAPIZZO. I am the co-chair of the Environmental and Energy Practice Group at the Polycushian. I'm here tonight with my co-counsel, Josh Parks, who has appeared before this council and CRMC staff frequently on CRMC matters. Prior to joining the Polycushian, I served for 10 years under 2 attorney generals. And from 2005 to 2015, I was the lead environmental, civil and criminal prosecutor for the Attorney General's office. And so we're here before you tonight on behalf of SouthCoast Wind. This has been a long road for SouthCoast Wind since 2023. They've been working with CRMC staff, DEM, and since the FAB was reconstituted in April of 2025, they've been working with the FAB. They've been attending bi-weekly meetings with CRMC since the application was accepted in, I believe it was October 29th, 2024. Those meetings included DEM and CRMC staff. That does not include the internal meetings that CRMC staff had with their own internal staff as well as with DEM. So I want to thank all the extensive work that CRMC staff put in, that DEM staff put in, the FAB. Dr. Gilfus, in particular, was a very important part of the process. I'm going to be fairly quick with my opening remarks because we have 8 witnesses, subject matter expert witnesses, that are going to present to you tonight, or at least testify and answer questions. Councilman Carr, Councilman Sullivan, and Bernardo in regards to the fisheries. We have Sam Ashes from SouthCoast Wind who can speak as to the fisheries, as well as Dr. Kite Powell from Hui, who will be able to answer some of the questions that you all have asked Dr. Gilfus. Based on the submissions that SouthCoast Wind submitted, its application and the back and forth between CRMC staff and the FAB since 2003, we'll be asking that you approve its application for its Assent B as well as its freshwater wetlands permit. Now, for the record, I'm just going to go through very quickly and I'll spell the names for the stenographer of the 8 witnesses. We provided those witnesses in the pre-hearing disclosure in anticipation of the council meeting tonight, so you knew who to direct your questions to. To begin with, we'll start with Jennifer Flood, and then we'll go to Sam Ashe as our primary witnesses. And from there, we'll go to questions from the council so that they can ask those questions of our team. So as I mentioned, Jennifer Flood is the head of permitting and stakeholders at Ocean Winds North America. She'll be able to testify generally about SouthCoast Wind, the project background, the affected environment presented in the Category B application, as well as other relevant state, federal, local permits in Massachusetts before the Massachusetts EFSB, which this project received its approval, as well as the Rhode Island Energy Facility Siting Board last fall that received its approval. Before this council, or the CRMC, I should say, this body for federal consistency. Sam Ashe is fisheries manager for Ocean Winds, and he will testify as the project's impact on the offshore export cables as it pertains to aspects including fisheries resources, essential fish habitat, and marine mammals and sea turtles. And I know there was a question from Councilman Sullivan in regards to the sea mammals. We next have Andrew McGregor, who's the head of engineering and procurement, construction, and installation for Ocean Winds. He'll be able to answer questions about the components of the project's offshore and onshore export cables and the route covered in the Category B application. We then have Daniel Mendelson, who is the Director of Innovative Environmental Sciences, and he can testify about the sediment dispersion that Mr. Skenyon touched on, the modeling done for SouthCoast Wind and his role with the modeling regarding that sediment dispersion. We have Dr. Anna Murphy. She's the Director of Ecosystem Ecology and Principal Scientist at Inspire. And she can testify again to sediment dispersion modeling and why the project will not have any population level effects on the benthic resources or shellfish.
What was her last name again, please?
Sure, Anna Murphy.
Guy named Sullivan, should remember that one.
The resume is wrong.
We next have Tim Burslick, He's a principal at Gradient and the president of the International Board of Environmental Risk Assessors. He'll be able to answer questions in regards to independent scientific research pertaining to offshore exposure to EMF. I know there was a question from Councilman Sullivan on that from the project, as well as the potential effects that EMF could have on marine life. Next, as I had mentioned, Dr. Kite Powell with WHOI, and WHOI is the acronym for, it's WHOI, it's the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. And he'll be able to answer questions regarding the baseline fisheries landing and the socioeconomic impact analysis that WHOI performed with respect to the project's export cable. And he worked very closely with Dr. Gilfus and CRMC staff in the FAB in his analysis. And his report is part of the application. And finally, we have James Durand from GZA Environmental. He's a senior consultant in ecology, and he'll be able to answer questions about export cables on the onshore facilities in regards to the impacts on avian species, wetlands, water bodies, terrestrial vegetation, and the potential impacts to nearshore and onshore environments resulting from the project. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Flood and to Mr. Longo if you'd like to swear in the witness.
Are you both going to testify? Or why don't we do it at the same time? Do you each swear or affirm that the testimony we give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? And state your names for the record, please.
Jennifer Flood, JENNIFER FLOOD.
Samuel Ashy, SAMUEL, last name's ASCI.
And if I may, if I can just ask the witnesses to keep their voice up so that the people in the back of the room can hear. And obviously for the council members and the people back there. Ms. Flood, if you could just very briefly, I'll introduce you, but if you could please tell the council who you are employed by, what your role is, and what role you played in the submittal of this application and the CRMC process.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Flood. I'm the head of permitting and stakeholders for Ocean Winds North America. And I also serve as the permitting director for SouthCoast Wind Energy, LLC. I have been involved in the federal, state, and local permitting for SouthCoast Wind since 2019, and I oversaw the preparation and individual studies and assessments that went into the Category B Assent.
And Ms. Flood, have you testified before any regulatory bodies in relation to the SouthCoast Wind project?
Yes.
If you could describe what bodies you testified before.
I was here for the Federal Consistency Conference in December of 2023, and I have testified before the Massachusetts Energy Facility Siting Board and the Rhode Island Energy Facility Siting Board.
Great. And did you have an opportunity to review the filings in preparation for this hearing?
Yes. And
you're familiar with SouthCoast Wind's Category B application?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the council what your role was in the development of that application?
I oversaw the preparation of the application as well as the surveys and assessments that supported it.
Okay. And all of that information was incorporated into the application?
Yes.
Great. You can proceed. Is there? Sure. Sam, if you could tell the council who you're employed by, how long, and what your role was on this project.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. So my role is fisheries manager. I've been with Ocean Winds, SouthCoast Wind since, June of 2023. As a fisheries manager, my role is generally as being the point person with the fishing community, leading up communications to the fishing community and other marine users. Specific to the application, I serve in the role of being the point person coordinating the WHOI assessment that we've already discussed a little bit, communicating directly with the FAB, presenting information about the project and about those assessments relevant to leading us to the compensatory mitigation MOU that's in the packet tonight.
And Mr. Ashley, were you involved with the FAB process?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with SouthCoast Wind's Category B application?
Yes, I am.
And you just described your role with the development of that application. Was the work that you performed on this project incorporated into that application?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So with those brief introductions, I'll now turn it over to Ms. Flood for a brief overview presentation of the SouthCoast Wind project. Excuse me.
Hi, everyone. I think there's been a lot of information about the project presented tonight. So it's just Sam and I that are going to give this presentation. We will try not to be repetitive about the project and the procedural history. but we do have our colleagues here as well that Christian introduced, should there be any questions on their subject matter area of expertise. Before I dive into a brief overview of the project, I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge the period of time that we are in for wind development. The current federal administration does not prioritize offshore wind energy at the same level that the previous federal administration did. We are keenly aware of that, and it's something that we are working through every day. It does add an additional level of complexity and uncertainty to an already complex permitting process. It impacts our ability to have an exact date that we can tell you of when we will take project milestones such as final investment decision or financial close and exact construction years. And that's why we have the range of years that we've talked about already related to the MOU. Regardless, SouthCoast Wind is a very mature development project. We have extensive site characterization and environmental assessments under our belt. We have significant engineering and routing design to date, preferred installation equipment, time of year construction windows, and installation durations defined. So it is important that we continue with the progress of development of this project, including the Category B Assent. We are currently progressing our ability to build the project quickly and cost effectively when federal policy and market conditions align. And it will help us maintain our commitments to and protect prior investments with Rhode Island partners. It will help us shorten future regulatory timelines, support workforce development, and help meet reliability and energy needs for Rhode Island and New England. So we really appreciate the understanding and the collaboration that we've experienced to date with Rhode Island agencies such as CRMC, DEM, and the Energy Facility Siting Board. And I'll just say thank you again to the council members for being here tonight and for the time spent on reviewing the application and the pre-hearing disclosure. And thank you especially to the staff members that we've worked with, Laura, Justin, Kevin, Director Willis. It's been a lot of work and meetings and emails and phone calls over the past few years, and we really appreciate the collaboration and the guidance. So a brief overview of the project. This figure shows the whole project area, including the lease area, which is in federal waters. Our lease area is designated as the OCSA 0521 lease area, which we won in an auction from the federal government in 2018. It's just over 127,000 acres in size. We anticipate it to hold up to 149 wind turbine generators or offshore substation platforms. That number is based on a 1-by-1 nautical mile grid layout that we have committed to with the United States Coast Guard. We anticipate the full lease area to be able to generate 2,400 megawatts of clean energy. The SouthCoast Wind 1 project, which is the subject of the Category B Assent application, is the first half of the lease area. So it will generate roughly 1,200 megawatts of clean energy. And the energy will then be generated in the federal waters lease area and travel into state waters, both in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and ultimately bring the power to Brayton Point in Somerset, Massachusetts. This slide is included in our application as well, and basically just presents a high-level schematic of how the generated electricity will travel from the federal waters to an existing national grid substation in Somerset, Massachusetts. The application and the scope of the Category B Assent is really just captured in the middle pane, which is the Rhode Island jurisdiction. That covers the export cables in Rhode Island state waters, as well as a 2-mile underground crossing of Aquidneck Island in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. So this figure now shows the Rhode Island state waters portion. The cables will be high voltage direct current technology, which is necessary given the distance from the lease area to shore. The whole cable route is about 95 miles in total, and it's 70 miles in federal waters, roughly 20 miles in Rhode Island state waters, and 2 miles in Massachusetts state waters. The full corridor that is shown on this picture and what we talk about in the application is roughly 1,600 to 2,300 feet wide or 500 to 700 meters wide. We do not need all of that space. That is the corridor that we have surveyed through geophysical, geotechnical, and benthic surveys to really understand the seabed conditions. Once we have our cable installation contractor on board, we will use all of that data to define the exact center line within that corridor of where the cables will be installed. Once we have that information and we know the exact line, the actual seabed disturbance width from the equipment that installs the cable will be closer to 20 feet. As mentioned previously, our target cable burial depth will be about 6 feet, and it will comply with our RIDEM 401 water quality certificate, as well as other federal permitting requirements. And we expect we are going to have a roughly 2-mile overland crossing on Aquidneck Island that will follow one of those 2 routing options in red on the inset. And once the cables are installed, both in the Sakonnet and Mount Hope Bay, as well as underground on Aquidneck Island, there will be no above ground structures that will be visible. Okay. So this slide is intended to show the actual timing impact that we expect in Rhode Island state waters. We will use horizontal directional drilling to come onshore and offshore of Aquidneck Island. As described by Justin and Kevin, this is a preferred way to bring the cables on and offshore, as it will bury the cables roughly 40 feet below the seabed. This is intentional to avoid disruption to the coastal wetlands and to other shoreline features. That will take approximately 2 to 4 months at each landfall, so on the either side of Aquidneck Island. But in parallel to those HDD activities, we will be conducting seabed preparations. Seabed preparations will include potential boulder removal if necessary to remove boulders that cannot be avoided via the final micrositing of the cables. We will use a prelay grapnel run to basically clear debris from the exact smaller route where we'll put the cables. And we'll also conduct additional prelay surveys to confirm our understanding of the seabed conditions. The seabed preparation activities is expected to take less than 3 weeks. And this is a conservative estimate that does include things like weather downtime. Once the seabed is prepped using the various equipment and methodologies, we will then lay and bury the cable in the Sakonnet River and Mount Hope Bay, and then conduct the cable pull-in at the landfalls on either side of Aquidneck Island where the HDD will occur. This process is expected to take roughly 1 to 2 months, depending on the location and the number of vessels we ultimately contract. And again, this estimate is conservative and accounts for weather downtime. And I do just want to take a moment to say that we are committed throughout the entire process and leading up to this process, where we will have vessels laying cable in Rhode Island waters, to be proactive and to have frequent communication and mariner updates with our neighbors, with fishermen, with regulatory agencies, and with other marine users. We will have mariner updates through our website, and we have also committed, and I believe it's a condition of the Category B Assent, to provide a detailed 7-day outlook leading up to each week that we'll have boats on the water, to say exactly where the boats will be and what they will be doing. And should things change within that 7-day period after we've announced it, we will use Coast Guard broadcast systems to communicate the changes. We also have a mariner listserv where anyone can sign up, and we can send out email blasts about any changes that occur. This slide presents a snapshot of a handful of the studies and assessments that have been conducted over the years. These ones in particular highlight those that are attachments to our Category B Assent and that are available with our application. As I said, we've done very extensive geotechnical, geophysical, and benthic surveys in the Sakonnet River and Mount Hope Bay. We've also done other field and desktop studies, such as hydrodynamic and sediment transport modeling, benthic habitat mapping, wetland field information, navigation safety risk assessment. The majority of these are available on the CRMC website and also on the SouthCoast Wind website. And we have numerous other studies that were used for either our Massachusetts state permits or our federal permits that are also available on the SouthCoast Wind website. And for my last slide, this is just to present a very high-level overview of the whole permitting process. We started the federal permitting process with the submission of our construction and operations plan in early 2021. That was to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and there were numerous federal and state cooperating agencies that were ultimately part of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, process. That process concluded in January of 2025 with the approval of our construction and operations plan. And in parallel, we were working on both our Massachusetts and our Rhode Island state permits. We did receive all of our Massachusetts state permits for Project 1 in October of 2024. And as we mentioned, we were here in December of 2023 for our federal consistency review from CRMC. We've also received our water quality certificate and marine dredge permit from RIDEM, as well as our energy facility siting board approval from Rhode Island EFSB. And as has been stated already, we initially filed this application to CRMC in February of 2023. We refiled it with additional information in September of 2024 and have been working closely with CRMC, responding to questions and adding additional information as necessary. And with that, I will hand it over to our fisheries manager, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Jen, and good evening again, everybody. I think is evident by the very thorough presentation from CRMC staff and some of the questions that we've already gotten. We've spent a lot of time on fisheries work through the development of this application. It's no secret to say that there's significant overlap between offshore wind industry as a whole and the fishing industry. This is not unique within Rhode Island state waters either. The export cable corridor that runs through the approximately 20 miles of Rhode Island state waters overlaps with fisheries that have been occurring in this area for centuries or more. So this is all to say that we recognize the importance of fishermen and fisheries within Rhode Island state waters. It's a priority for our project to make sure that we are being a good neighbor, being actively and regularly and directly engaged with the fishing community. So that comes in a lot of forms, but we are generally making ourselves available and reaching out to fishermen as needed to inform them about what's going on with the project. And we're leaning really heavily into clear and active communication, both through ourselves directly, as well as work in the past through fishery reps that we intend to use in the future as well. But really, it comes down to making sure that folks that are operating on the water, relying on the water, are aware of what's going on with the project, when it's happening, where it's happening, and for how long, as a way to best minimize any disruption that may have occurred otherwise. We also find it as our obligation to sort of invest in the resources that fishermen and the fishing industry depends on. We do that in many ways, but we also want to highlight one of the major things that we've worked on here, which is the fisheries monitoring plan. This is a monitoring plan that's been developed by Inspire Environmental, which is a Rhode Island-based organization. This is an organization that's very familiar with this work and has done it in other offshore wind farms, especially those that are actually closely adjacent to Rhode Island state waters. So the point of the fisheries monitoring work is to establish a baseline, get an understanding of what things look like prior to the installation of the cable, and then track that through the installation of the cable and then following this post-construction period. It looks at commercially and recreationally viable species, and the idea is to understand what's showing up, how long are they sticking around, and what's their behavior look like both before and after the cable is installed. There's a whole other list of things here. I'm not going to go through each of them in great detail, but just to point out that there's a whole suite of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures that we're deploying to help offset any potential impacts to fishermen. But we also fully acknowledge that while I think has been already acknowledged in some of the presentations, there are some impacts that can be left unmitigated after all these measures are deployed. And in some cases, and is the case here, and as we're discussing tonight, those can be financial, economic impacts to fishermen. So that opens the door for compensatory mitigation. And again, as Jen said, a lot of this has been covered, so I think I'll still touch on the high notes. But I want to really point out the hard work that was done by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, because without them, I don't think we'd be here tonight to have this discussion. In order to better inform, or to really inform in general a compensatory mitigation MOU, you first have to establish a baseline and get an understanding of what an impact might look like to a fisherman or group of fishermen or different sectors of fisheries that operate in Rhode Island state waters. So in order to do that, we worked closely with Rhode Island DEM to take the best available data that we could get our hands on, that we could get their hands on rather, to establish a baseline and understanding of what fisheries are operating within Rhode Island state waters that overlap with the export capable. From then, there was a significant amount of effort, as was highlighted by Kevin in his report earlier, in engagement between PUI and the FAB, Rhode Island DEM, CRMC staff, as well as ourselves, to better understand some of the questions and concerns that fishermen have that operate within Rhode Island state waters, some questions and concerns around our underlying data that are used, so as to better refine that assessment. Once that refinement is done, and then we conducted the final stage of this iterative analysis, which was to actually estimate the impact in dollar values. Again, CRMC staff have already covered this in great depth, but we do just want to highlight the significant amount of work and documentation that went into the engagement that we had with the FAB directly. Kevin mentioned that we've been engaging, albeit with a different FAB starting back in May of 2022, but really ramped up the engagement that we've had with this group since the ratification of the new FAB, and really starting with an in-person meeting down in the URI Bay campus in early May, and then carrying through a total of 4 meetings between then and early fall of this past year. During that time, we covered a lot of ground with a project overview, sort of similar to what Jen presented earlier. We spent a lot of time talking about the WHOI baseline assessment and ways to improve that assessment. So the ways and the main pieces of discussion that came through all of these engagements that we were having with the FAB, RIDEM, and CRMC staff and WHOI was, as already highlighted by one of the questions, accounting for the mantis shrimp fishery, which is a very niche but highly lucrative fishery that occurs in very discrete areas of Rhode Island state waters. This includes the part of Mount Hope Bay, and I believe in some years parts of the Sakonnet River, but in any case that overlap with the project export cable corridor. We talked about ensuring that the whelk fishery was best captured within the assessment. This is a fishery that can tend to have underreporting, or at least to the best of our knowledge, and so some additional adjustments were made. So you're laughing there, yeah.
Underreported is an understatement.
Well, in any case, we were looking to capture that in the assessment, so we wanted to make sure that this sector of the fishery was properly accounted for. We talked about the proximity of the project and project activities to existing aquaculture sites, and we talked about the potential areas, or likely areas, I should say, where secondary protection would be needed within the Sakonnet River, really focused on 2 discrete areas within the southern extent of the Sakonnet River. And this is going to tie back to an element of the compensatory mitigation. So there's a period of time following the conducting of the WHOI assessment, and then the submission of a draft MOU from ourselves to CRMC and the FAB in July of 2025. As you've already heard a presentation from Dr. Gilfus, he was brought in at the interest of the FAB in providing some additional expert level support in both reviewing the WHOI assessment and providing his expert opinion on ways that you could improve the compensatory mitigation. So Dr. Gilfus already went through these things, but I'll touch on them again. The things that I would say generally there was pretty good alignment among the approach overall that WHOI took in the use of the data that they had available at the time of the assessment. The improvements that were suggested were accounting for the time of payments, basically from when today, right, to the time when the impact might actually be felt or closer to it, while accounting for inflation, accounting for recreational fisheries, taking some additional looks at the mantis shrimp fishery as a way to better refine that part of the analysis, and then overall considering the timing and duration of impacts. So the culmination of all of the work from WHOI, the work from the FAB, CRMC staff, the support that we got from Rhode Island DEM, and the work of Dr. Todd Gilfus. Those are all the basis of the compensatory mitigation MOU that's in front of you tonight as part of the council packet. So again, this has already been covered, but we just want to point out here's the table within the MOU. As Kevin already stated, this is something that was to be paid to the existing Rhode Island Future Fishermen's Viability Trust. This is a trust that was spun up in 2021. It's existing, and it's something that we've already committed funds to through our federal consistency review MOU as well. The upper end of these impacts are for the compensatory mitigation MOU for direct impacts to commercial and for hire fishermen would be about $885,000. About $80,000 for general support to the recreational fishery, and then about $60,000 for a trawlability study. This is going back and tied directly to some of the discussion that we had in the FAB and concerns around the ability to truly fish safely around secondary protection, and the interest in taking a more academic look at this to see what it really looks like in real time without having to risk safety on your own vessel or the chance of lost gear. The process of trying to figure it out. So those are the high strokes of the MOU. This is a very high level presentation. We know that there's a lot of technical aspects to what we're talking about and a lot of things we can get into details on. We're happy to field those questions as needed and as is the interest of the council. Again, we want to reiterate our thanks to CRMC staff, leadership of Executive Director Willis, RIDEM staff for their support throughout the assessment and throughout the development of this application in general. And then especially to the FAB, I know there's a few FAB members here tonight. I know that this is a contentious issue, regardless of what aspect you're talking about when it comes to the overlap of offshore wind and fisheries. So it takes a lot to volunteer your time to voluntarily talk about it. And I truly think that this process it very much benefits from having the input from fishermen that are on the water. And I think that it's reflected in the MOU you have before you today. So with that, direct it back to the point. I'm going to take any questions.
Any questions of the two witnesses? Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you both. Sam, quick question with regard to the $60,000 trawl survey. I'm glad you're funding that. What's your back insurance plan on should your theory of trawl safety work out to their nightmare?
Yeah, well, I would say our expectations are not that will be the outcome, but I understand the question.
I can
I think that the way that this is phrased in the MOU and the way that we've looked at it is in taking a similar approach of work that's already underway, which is to conduct the survey in a way where you, as an individual fisherman who has a different risk tolerance, a different approach to fishing, uses different gear than the guy that's fishing next to you, has the information that they have to make the decision as to whether or not they want to choose to fish over these very discrete areas. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily, it's in no way a binary yes or no, you can or cannot fish over it. It's here's some examples or the best case or a best example that we can provide based on what we know about fisheries that are conducted here on an average day, and figure out what it looks like for that fisherman, and then to have another fisherman compare their operation to that as a way to make the decision as to whether or not they want to choose to fish.
So then is my short interpretation responses. If I have traditionally trawled these areas with traditional gear, and now all of a sudden I'm hanging gear up on pillows, I got to move, or I got to redesign gear.
I think what we're saying is that the study would inform that decision without actually having to go and risk your gear or put yourself in the perception of safety.
Any other questions of the witnesses at this point? Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just this is a real esoteric one. When you're boring through Portsmouth, what's the portal? What's the hole size?
On the onshore route?
I need your name.
Yeah.
We actually have a witness who can answer that, Councilman Sullivan, if you want to have Mr. Longo swear him in and we can put him under oath. We can answer that question.
If we're gonna get to it, it's one of those things, and the basis of the question, let me tell you that, then you can decide. Is the bedrock geology of that island is exceptionally rich in natural arsenic. So if we're doing a 2-inch hole through 2 miles, there's a generation of of a certain amount of arsenic. And so the decision, do you try and CAD sell it, or do you landfill it, or some other way of disposal? It's an entirely different number if you've got a 3-foot borehole. And so the current concentrations in sediments along the coast, I would expect, has been dissipated by eons of oceanic act. If you're getting fresh sediment, it's a different chemistry signature. And I'd like to understand whether somebody's given that any thought.
Okay. If I can call, Mr. Chairman, if I can call our next witness up to answer that question.
Yeah, could you have, why don't all 6 of them raise their hands? We'll swear them all in at once.
Witness to stand, please, for SouthCoast Wind.
All right, do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, and then when each of you speak, just state your name, spell it, and note that you've been sworn.
Okay, hello. My name is Andrew McGregor, ANDREW MCGREGOR. I'm the head of EPCI for Ocean Winds. I have been working on the South Coast project since 2022, working in a technical and commercial capacity. Previous to that, been working across several wind farms in Europe and Asia. So in answer to your question, this is directly to the HDD borehole from the offshore site to the onshore site. These will be the bundled cables that you may have seen on the screen there. That is a 13-inch cable. There's a potential that will be drilled as a 13-inch borehole, but more than likely that those cables will be split and gone in separately into somewhere in the region of 6 inches, the borehole for ducting to allow the cable to go through. So there is the opportunity for both, but more than likely the split. The way that the bore's been designed is we've done extensive geotechnical survey, and we've found the sediment layers within the onshore and offshore portion, and we've routed the cable through the best layers possible to mitigate as many issues as possible. That has been done on a preliminary engineering basis. We will then go back and revisit that during a detailed design stage to finalize those designs and finalize the route. So we will utilize the depth parameter to try and minimize any impacts.
Thank you.
I guess.
Yes, Mr. Starr.
Just a question on the land route through Portsmouth. Okay, it's all under town-owned or state-owned property. It doesn't go under any private-owned property.
It does go through some on the onshore route. Goes through private-owned property as well. Yes.
So the question I would have on that is, would there be any? If it's house lots, or whether it's open land, or whether it's house lots, I consider it now the wells, artesian wells, or wherever. And if it is just private land, undeveloped, is there going to be a restriction to a owner in the future that, hey, we got a electric cable right underneath ground here? That to, obviously down deep enough, it's not going to make a difference. But if they were to put, I'll say a well, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all the private, the site control for the private parcels. We have entered agreements with those landowners to take that right of access and to put those cables in place. And so I suppose that would be where the agreement for the accountability of the cable being on their land occurs between the private owner and the wind farm. I don't believe there's any house lots that it goes through. It's undeveloped land or a country club.
That's right, I thought a country club.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Robert?
Yeah, I guess, what's the total distance of the directional drills? You're not directional drilling 2 miles, right? You're going through, up, and then you're going along road shoulders.
Correct. I actually couldn't speak to the exact distance of the directional drills we have planned for the moment, but speaking from industry experience, we're talking around a kilometre, which apologies, I don't actually have that conversion in my head right now, but we typically go around a kilometre to ensure we get significant portion on land to mitigate any kind of beach issues, and also offshore so we can get into deep enough water and we can come out without any issues for the ultra shallow areas.
But a lot of that kilometer will be underneath tidal waters.
Yeah,
As you're coming, as I read the plan, you're coming through and you're coming up on the other side of Boyd's Lane, and then you're just digging from there, right?
For the majority of it, the plan will be to trench, yes. If there is, which I don't believe there is at the moment, any issues, there may be other burial techniques used, but trenching is primarily the most useful way to do it.
And is the majority of that going to be in the road shoulders?
There is a significant portion of that up through Boyd's Lane, where we will be on the road shoulders or crossing the road. Yes, proportionality in percentage terms, I couldn't tell you between what is off the road and what is on the road, but yes, that's the majority of it is through the roadway.
Thank you.
Andrew, can you touch on the duck, just how the duck bank works down that route?
On the onshore?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we will be doing it in portions, in sections, again, roughly a kilometre in length, where we will dig, we will lay a duct which does not have the cable within it, so that we can complete it in an efficient manner as possible. And each of those kilometre sections, we will then have banks in which we can pull the cables through and then access the cable joints for any issues that arise, which we don't expect there to be. These are intended to be operation-free assets. However, the joints, as you can imagine, are the most likely to fail, so they will remain accessible if we, and hopefully don't need to access them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the council members in regards to the export cable route? But we can, Andrew here. He'll be here all night, so you think of something, he'll come back.
Okay, we're gonna take a short 5-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
Then we can recess. Back on the record, Ryan? Okay, thank you. We'll be back on the record for the Rhode Island Coastal Resources Management Council's semi-monthly meeting. Attorney Capizzo, anything else at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, that concludes SouthCoast Wind presentation. The witnesses are available if there are questions from the council members as the meeting proceeds.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time I'm going to go to public comment. Several people have indicated they wish to speak. We will go down the list in the order that they signed up. I would ask that the speakers limit themselves to 3 minutes per speaker. Say obviously what you'd like to say. If it's something that's already been said, but you wish to be heard, and maybe just say I'm in favor, I'm opposed. I mean, that's fine too. So we'll get it started. First one, Chris Dodge.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
because I know there are at least 2 of us sitting around this table who have hearing challenges. And several people said to me, we can't hear you guys. I've had a hard time with some, so if we could ask people to speak up a little better.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Get microphones for all.
I promise I'm plenty loud for you, Mr. Sullivan.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I need to swear in or anything, or be all right?
We don't typically swear in.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Members of the public.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members and CRMC staff. My name is Chris Dodge. I'm the Narragansett Baykeeper for Save the Bay. Pleased to offer comment on behalf of Save the Bay and our members and supporters this evening. Save the Bay recognizes the very real threat posed to the globe and Rhode Island by climate change. We see the need as a state, as a region, as a country, and globally to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels and move towards renewable energy infrastructure that relies on a diversity of resources, of which we think wind is a part of. We do, however, recognize that every large-scale construction project, even one supporting renewable energy, comes with a cost, with some level of disturbance, disruption, and potential harm to the environment, natural resources, and to human use. That's why Save the Bay is here tonight, and why we submitted comments about 1.5 years ago during this application's public comment period. That letter made some requests regarding sediment analysis, specifically in Mount Hope Bay, and another regarding micrositing to minimize locations where boulders needed to be moved and relocated. And then to be minimizing places where ideal burial depths couldn't be met. We'd like to thank staff for receiving those comments and for the many stipulations that are now included in the application, which attempt to address those concerns and many others in an effort to minimize harm on the habitats and the fisheries of the state. We do, however, have a few more concerns to offer this evening and comments regarding those, as far as where the proposal currently stands in front of you. With regards to this project and this application, this individual CRMC permit is very different from most individual permits which the council may hear at any given time, whether that's for a residential dock or a shoreline protection facility submitted by the average Rhode Islander. While this council would only hear one of those applications for maybe a brief period over a single night, I know that, this tonight is probably going to be a lengthy evening from the amount of comments that are here. This permit itself has already taken years of staff resources, energy, time, money, and is going to continue to do so. And that's going to be placing a continued burden on the agency, and Rhode Islanders are going to feel that effect. In order for this project to, quote, meet the goals and policies contained in the Coastal Resources Management Program, and quote, as required by CRMC regs, staff have recommended 30 detailed stipulations that must be met to achieve regulatory compliance. However, most of them require stipulations, or most of those stipulations require monitoring and self-reporting, things like boulder identification and relocation, shellfish density surveys, and horizontal directional drilling areas, just to name a few. Therefore, regulatory effectiveness and risk management for this project depend heavily on compliance with reporting and the agency's ability to verify that that reporting is accurately addressing the agency's stipulations in order to ensure compliance. Given the magnitude of this project and its potential to impact the Bay, Save the Bay remains concerned that the demands of this oversight on CRMC staff capacity would make it difficult for the agency to keep up with these reports. This oversight would involve ensuring that monitoring reports and test results are being submitted, synthesizing those results, and not just identifying when those results are potentially suboptimal or out of compliance, but doing so in a timely manner enough to adapt and change plans as necessary. As an example, a personal example, while monitoring demolition of the Washington Bridge last year and RIDOT's compliance with CRMC permit conditions, Save the Bay found multiple instances of work occurring out of compliance with the permit, including failure to deploy turbidity management or mitigation measures, and being substantially behind on submitting their environmental compliance reports. And so that means that review of those permit conditions and reports can't happen in a timely manner and risks potential harm to, in that case, the Sakonnet River. So for this project, just as there is an environmental compliance monitor, there is a compliance verification agent on the applicant's end, ensuring submission of reports to maintain permit compliance. There needs to be staff within the agency who is solely dedicated to processing all incoming reports from the applicant. That's why Save the Bay is asking the council to introduce and approve a motion to add a stipulation to this application requiring either the creation of a temporary status employee or the hiring of a third-party contractor who would report to the director for the duration of the project funded by the applicant. This position's sole responsibility would be to serve as kind of an asset compliance representative for this project. To document receipt of monitoring reports and testing results, demand compliance when those have not been submitted, synthesize those results, and work rapidly to maybe amend approved plans when needed. This temporary staff position would be a minor budgetary addition to the applicant, yet it would greatly increase agency capacity. This would allow for real-time agency oversight and provide for adaptive management, potential corrective actions, and an overall greater chance for not just optimum permit compliance with the state's resources management program, but maximum harm reduction during the length of construction.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I've got half a page. Is that all right with the chair? Thank you. While Save the Bay's advocated for increased spending and staff capacity, we've seen relative stagnation in both, despite increased burden from large-scale projects. Sorry. My apologies. Yeah.
Fingers are heating up.
We've seen relative stagnation in both spending and staff capacity, despite the increased burden from large projects like offshore wind. It's a detriment to the agency, to Rhode Island and her resources for a single project to occupy so much human capital. This additional staff member dedicated to the project would alleviate that burden at no additional cost. Also, in addition to additional staff to ensure maximum transparency, we would urge the council to move to require that all monitoring reports, logs, and photos and videos submitted by the applicant over the course of the project be uploaded by CRMC in a timely manner to an online agency portal freely accessible to the public, not dissimilar to how CRMC has published other reports, updates, and pertinent material on other large-scale noteworthy projects. And finally, I would just say that we would defer to our friends in the shellfishing and fishing communities as to whether or not that MOU is sufficient enough to consider them made whole based on the roughly 15% of this project, or 3 miles, that would require a secondary cable protection. I thank the council for its time and for all the work that you're putting into this and approaching this process with the gravity it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Grant.
Put up time.
Well, I'll kind of stop them.
Thank you, council. My name is Jeff Grant. I am a commercial fisherman, pretty much exclusively here in the Bay. I participated in the FAB process. Going through this process was a little difficult. I'm here to speak on the process and why the staff suggested compensation pact does not live up to the requirement of the OSAMP to make the fisheries whole. The first thing I want to say is that I have a task for the staff and the CRMC is that the FAB structure that what we have now fails to meet the OSAMP minimum requirements. Per OSAMP 5.3.1H, and I will quote, the FAB shall be comprised of 9 members one representing each of the following fisheries: bottom trawl, scallop dredge, gillnet, lobster, party charter, and wreck angling. And there's also a provision for 3 Massachusetts fishermen. This is the floor on what it is need to be a FAB. Another section of this OSAMP allows it for it to be expanded, but the floor remains. This FAB that we went through this process with is combined of 1 bottom trawl, which was myself, 1 scallop dredge, Mike Marchetti, and the rest was 5 wreck fishermen, even though the OSAMP says there's a max of 2 for any 1 user group. So that's what we went into this process with. I believe it fails to meet the legal requirement of the OSAMP requirement for the FAB. And the developer and the subsequent negotiations, it disqualifies them, in my opinion. I went through them because I thought we were gonna, we were made to see that this process was gonna move forward, and I thought stepping down because of the lack of participation would negatively affect the fishermen. So number 2, my second point, I feel the FAB did not materially participate in the fishery negotiations for compensation with the developer. I have a list here. Kevin did touch on some points, so I'm going to skip over a lot of it. The staff made an initial offer after Dr. Gilfos gave the fishery exposure report. So there was a staff offer made. The FAB did not endorse it, but it was made. SouthCoast replied with a counter offer, which was provided to the FAB on 5/18 via email. The email said it was not binding. Myself and other FAB members assumed that we would be having a meeting to discuss the counter offer and make known if and where the offer failed to make the fishing community whole. After no communications from staff, late in the afternoon, the following Friday before the long weekend, we got an email from staff saying that they accepted the compensation package proposal from SouthCoast Wind. At no point did SouthCoast negotiate with SouthCoast Wind on the compensation package. Any suggestion that we did is not true. We did work with staff, but as far as like negotiations, they didn't have them. After the expected review from the engaged FAB members, staff scheduled a meeting and subsequent email chain where all the responding parties objected to the settlement offer and offered reasons why the package fails to meet the OSAMP requirements, except for 2 I found out. None of that was, some of it was provided to you. So thank you, Mr. Sloan, for doing that. I feel compelled to offer the reasons that we did not find that the compensation package met the requirements. The compensation package fails to make the fishing community whole. I personally believe the numbers of actual impacts are greater than reported, but I will concede that the dollar amount that has been suggested is all we can prove. So that's what we have landings for. That's a defensible amount. The problem lies in the administration of these funds. I volunteered my time on the Rhode Island Future Fishery Viability Trust, and I've come to learn that the cost of administering these compensation programs has been averaging 25 to 27%. If these funds go to a third-party administrators who are in charge of determining who and how much will be compensated to individual fishermen. So if we agree that the $754,000 in 2024 dollars is what it takes to make the fishing community whole, after administration, the industry will be $196,275 short. I'm asking the council to add that amount at a minimum in 2024 dollars into the agreement so that the fishermen on paper are made whole, which is the requirement of compensation part of the OSAMP. This was touched on earlier with the inflation escalation stopping at 2031 means there's a cap on funds. The FAB, myself personally, we don't want to see that where if they finally financially close in 2040, that we're capped at 2031 funds. It's too long of a gap. We're asking that if the project does financially close in 2032 or later, that the fishery compensation portion be renegotiated to address different inflation levels from the 2024 dollar baseline. I'm going to skip the timing. They touched on that a little bit. I would say, as a final note, I will say that I've been extremely disappointed with the way the FAB input has been treated by staff. It's obvious that the group was just put together to check boxes for this project. As with the previous FAB who resigned en masse, I find the same conditions of angst with staff to be present, and it makes it hard to volunteer one's time to help the community when it seems that nobody cares. I'm sorry. We've had some struggles. Mr. Sloan did talk to some of them. We had a little more angst than was portrayed. So I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. John Travasos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman, I have.
One second.
So just going forward, I've got the timer on. I'm gonna put a 1 up when you have 1 minute left and a 0 up when you're out of time. And
Okay. I have these, if you would, I have one for you also.
Okay.
John Travasos, Travassos. I'd like to submit these if the council would.
Yeah, we typically require things to be done ahead of time. Is this your testimony?
This is my testimony.
Okay, so you're gonna testify consistent with this?
I'm going to read this.
Okay. If you're gonna read it, then it'll be part of the record.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is John Travassos. I am a resident of Warren and the principal of Environmental Insight, a consulting firm providing quality control services to engineering firms navigating the complexities of the environmental permitting arena. I am a retired professional wetland scientist with 45 years of experience, including my tenure with the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management as both a conservation officer, environmental police, they call them today, and wetland specialist, along with my work with the Tiverton Conservation Commission, where I advise the commission on environmental impacts on proposed developments and developed environmental policy. I also hold a certificate of completion on the National Environmental Policy Act from Duke University, and today I am the creator and producer of the Invisible Handshake Project, where I investigate the complex symbiotic networks that sustain life across a wide spectrum of biomes, ranging from our salt marshes to our broader estuarine habitats. But before I was a scientist, a regulator, or a consultant, I was a child of the Sakonnet. I grew up along these shores in Tiverton. It was there that I took my first saltwater swim, scuba dived, learned to sail, and where I spent decades kayaking and fishing. My mother was an ocean swimmer who continued to swim in these waters well into her 70s. To me, the Sakonnet isn't just a corridor or a utility right of way. It is an incredibly intact ecosystem that has provided peace and enjoyment to me, my family, and for thousands of Rhode Islanders for generations. It is a vital natural resource that sustains livelihoods and defines our local heritage. Now that heritage is threatened, not by necessity, but for cash. I am asking this council to apply the precautionary principle to this project. The CRMC was created with a fundamental fiduciary duty to preserve, protect, and restore our coastal resources. You are the trustees of our state's waters. When there is a credible scientific uncertainty regarding long-term irreversible damage to our benthic environment, your default position must be to avoid the risk to the resource. Currently, we are being asked to rely on a federal environmental impact statement that fails the hard look test. My training under NEPA framework confirms that this EIS relies heavily on broad regional modeling rather than empirical site-specific longitudinal data from the Sakonnet River itself. In environmental science, we know that predictive models are not observations. They are assumptions. To approve a project of this magnitude based on assumptions without requiring multi-year baseline data on specific benthic habitats is a procedural shortcut, not a hard look. Furthermore, we must address the compensation paradox. The developer has negotiated significant financial compensation packages for the local fishing community. If the environmental impacts on this cable installation were truly insignificant or negligible, as the application claims, then no such compensation would be necessary. These funds are not a community benefit. They are a de facto admission of unavoidable long-term ecological damage to our shell fisheries and our coastal ecosystem. To put this into perspective, imagine if I were your neighbor Suppose I decided to run a high voltage cable directly through the center of your living room to power my home. I tell you not to worry, I've hired a consultant who created only a computer model that predicts your floor will only be minimally disrupted and that your foundation will remain stable enough. I don't offer to pay you for the disruption, the noise, or the stress. In fact, I don't offer you a single watt of the electricity I'm gaining. I'm simply telling you that you must accept the damage to your property because I benefit from the power. That is exactly what is happening here. Rhode Island is being asked to provide the living room, our Sakonnet River, to carry power that benefits someone else, all while we are forced to accept the environmental risk without a single tangible local benefit. If you wouldn't accept that in your own home, why should we accept it in our public waters? And the insult to our community is compounded by a total lack of accountability. If that cable project fails, if the benthic damage is far worse than the models predicted, or if the sediment recovery fails to occur, there is no guarantee, no restoration mechanism, and no performance bond in place to hold the developer responsible. The developer stands to make billions in profit, yet they are not required to post a bond to cover the restoration of our riverbed should their insignificant impact promise prove false. We are being asked to provide the collateral for their business venture without the developer providing a single cent of insurance for our community's risk. And what other industry would a project of this scale be allowed to proceed without a clear bonded financial guarantee to cover the cleanup when things go wrong? My request finally, Council, is simple and actionable. At a minimum, you must condition any future approval on a mandatory developer-funded, third-party, multi-year longitudinal monitoring program and a substantial performance bond to guarantee restoration funds. We need real data, not projections. We need independent oversight, not developer-supplied models. If the developer is confident that their impact is insignificant, then they should have no objection to proving it through rigorous monitoring and backing it with financial accountability. If they cannot meet that standard, then the council's duty is clear. Deny the permit. We are the trustees of these waters. Let's not wait for a minor impact to become a permanent loss. Protect the Sakonnet, require the data, require the bond, or deny the project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council.
Thank you. Amanda Barker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amanda Barker. I'm the Clean Energy Program Manager at Green Energy Consumers Alliance. We are a nonprofit based in Providence with a mission to empower consumers and communities to access clean energy. I'm also the Rhode Island State Lead for the New England for Offshore Wind Coalition, which is a regional coalition of environmental, academic, labor, business, and social justice organizations united by our vision to combat climate change and advance the responsible development of offshore wind. Offshore wind is the biggest lever that we can pull to A, meet our energy reliability and affordability needs, reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and address the climate crisis, all while creating local jobs and benefiting our local economy. It will allow us to transition away from fossil fuels, which not only emit pollution, but threaten our energy reliability and increase our energy costs. Our region's reliance on fossil fuels leaves us vulnerable to market volatility and price spikes that are inherent with oil and natural gas. SouthCoast Wind will produce enough clean energy to power more than 800,000 homes, displacing 4 million metric tons of carbon pollution. And as you know, the primary responsibility of the CRMC is the preservation and protection of Rhode Island's coastal resources. Climate change is the single biggest threat to these resources, and a rapid transition to renewables like SouthCoast Wind is the only way to truly preserve and protect Rhode Island's coast. Concerning fisheries and marine life, we understand that there are temporary impacts, but those impacts are being mitigated to the best extent possible, and this project has undergone years of review at the federal, state, and local levels. SouthCoast Wind has taken substantial measures to minimize impacts through the project design, construction methods, and mitigation commitments. And the CRMC staff, as noted, has recommended that the application move forward with the stipulations and protections noted. I want to underscore that we advocate for offshore wind because we have to. We have to think about what the alternative is. Saying no to offshore wind is saying yes to natural gas plants polluting the air we breathe. It's saying yes to more natural gas pipelines. And it's saying yes to the catastrophic impacts of climate change, including warming oceans and acidification, which will have a profound negative impact on the marine life. We don't need to choose between offshore wind and wildlife protection. We can do both. And in doing both, we're protecting wildlife from the greatest threat of all, which is climate change. The CRMC staff have recommended the application be approved with the stipulations and protections, and we respectfully urge the council to follow that recommendation and vote in favor of the SouthCoast Wind project application. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Roseland, if I'm reading it right.
Thank you, members of the CRMC, for the opportunity to speak. Don't worry, I'll speak loud enough.
Thank you.
My name is Christian Roseland. I'm a resident of Providence. I am the co-lead of Climate Action Rhode Island's Yes to Wind campaign, which is a volunteer position. And in my day job, I'm an energy policy analyst in the solar and battery storage industries. I am here to argue in support of the permit for the SouthCoast Wind project in alignment with the recommendations of CRMC staff. I want to make a few notes about the arguments that have been presented against this project. We are told that it is necessary to bury this cable for at least 4 feet deep because of concerns about EMF. Concerns that, if applied to the cable for this project, should also apply to all high voltage transmission lines throughout the state, throughout the United States, and essentially would make large power plants untenable. So if we're really concerned about EMF, particularly from a cable 4 feet under the sea floor, then that basically disallows our electricity system. We're also told that we need to that we are concerned that the mitigation measures are not substantial enough for trawling, including that there's a danger that the concrete slabs that will go on top of this table could prevent trawling equipment from being used. I'm sure that as members of the CRMC, you are familiar with what bottom trawling does to marine environments. We're essentially saying we are going to hold this project to the highest standards of environmental responsibility and accommodate a practice that is essentially the strip mining of the bottom of the Sakonnet. This makes it very hard for me to take seriously the allegations by opponents that there is a serious environmental concern with this project. So let's get back to the project. We're talking about a cable running underneath the Sakonnet, going under Portsmouth, and then running to Somerset. That's it. We are treating this as though this is the first time we will ever disrupt the pristine marine environment of the Sakonnet, which already has a tributary line of the Algonquin pipeline crossing it. I sincerely wonder if that gas pipeline was held to the same standards that this project is. And I will note what this project has done. For this cable landing, there's already extensive mitigation measures for fisheries. There's already extensive mitigation measures for the environment, and we've heard about them tonight. There's also been 3 years of regulatory process. And if you wonder, just here alone, not to mention the over 3 years we had at BOEM. And if you want to wonder why we don't build the infrastructure that we need in America today, I would suggest that you look at this process. Because the truth here is that this is not a choice made in a vacuum. This is a choice between whether or not we allow offshore wind, which will significantly reduce our dependence upon natural gas and petroleum burned in the electricity sector in the winter, or whether we stay on the status quo. The status quo is also in your jurisdiction. It is offshore oil spills. We have really bad ones about every 20 years, give or take. Moonstone Beach, might remember that one. But we have regular ones I'll be done in just a second. We have regular ones that happen all the time that don't get reported. And this is petroleum that's brought in to feed transportation and to feed electricity power generation in the winter. And this is exactly the sort of generation that will be replaced by offshore wind. This is not a decision made in a vacuum. This project has minimal environmental impacts, and those that it does have are temporary. The idea that we would require a bond that is unlimited and does not have a limit on it for compensation for temporary impacts is absurd, as is the idea that we would burden a project with potentially unlimited liabilities in terms of future payments. I think your choice before you is clear. The staff has done very careful work over this over a long period of time, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Harrison Anton.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Harry Antone, A-N-T-O-N-E for the record. I am the labor liaison for Climate Jobs Rhode Island, a coalition of labor unions, community groups, and environmental organizations working for a just transition to a green economy that is both pro-worker and pro-climate. I also serve as an organizer with the New England Laborers Organizing Fund. I'll keep my comments brief tonight as there's a lot of information that was given today and we submitted written comments in 2024. But I'm here tonight to urge the council to approve SouthCoast Wind's application. The outcome of this hearing is about so much more than the approval of a cable route. It's about whether Rhode Island continues to signal to the rest of the country that we're moving forward with projects that create opportunity, that make us more energy independent, and that lift up our workforce. I also think it's important to note that this project has committed to using union labor not only for the construction, but also for the operations and maintenance of this project, making it the first offshore wind project of its kind. That means long-term careers. It means Rhode Islanders can continue building skills and careers here at home instead of watching opportunities go somewhere else. The mitigation measures in place as described in the application demonstrate SouthCoast Wind's commitment to minimizing environmental and community impacts during construction. The infrastructure and activities outlined in this permit are neither unique or unprecedented. Numerous underground and undersea cables already exist in Rhode Island, providing essential services to residents. Similarly, construction activities such as dredging and horizontal directional drilling are common in the state and involve well understood processes. Also, when Rhode Island continues to move projects forward responsibly, we send a message that we are serious about our energy future. We communicate that here in Rhode Island, we create stability for our workers, for our businesses, and for our communities. Lastly, the cost of living is a top crisis. Moving SouthCoast forward will allow us to bring more affordable energy to our regional grid and to our local energy resources. I respectfully ask the council to approve this application and keep Rhode Island moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Larkin.
Hi there. Hannah Larkin, H-A-N-N-A-H-L-A-R-K-I-N. I am a Portsmouth resident and I am here tonight in support of the SouthCoast Wind project. I have a bachelor's degree in science in global and environmental health from the University of Rhode Island and a master's of the environment and urban resilience and sustainability from the University of Colorado Boulder. I've dedicated my career to combating the impacts of climate change for the sake of public health and environmental health. I respectfully urge this board to approve SouthCoast Wind's permit applications. The SouthCoast Wind project aligns with the mission of the CMRC and will help protect our coastal resources by mitigating the impacts of climate change, which is the greatest threat to our coastal resources. I also think it's important to note that this project will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, which are highly pollutive generators that will thereby improve air and water quality, which further benefits our coastal resources. This is proven technology It will benefit public and environmental health, and I urge you to approve this application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nick Freeman.
Hello, thanks for your time. I'm Nick Freeman. That's Nickfreeman. I grew up on Aquidneck Island, Newport, now live in Portsmouth. I just think it's important, once again, that Rhode Island keeps moving forward and we don't go back. We just keep advancing with the technology that we're given, and that this project is something that we get done. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to make it the start of your clock on that one. Mike Lombard.
Good evening, council. I don't have prepared remarks, but took good notes and thought it worthwhile to address a few issues. First, to introduce myself, I'm a marine biologist by training and active in the field, published in numerous disciplines. And I've spent the last 30 years working as a diving contractor in the state. I've personally spent somewhere north of 6,000 hours at the bottom of Narragansett Bay, including throughout the Sakonnet and Mount Hope Bay. Probably more time than almost anybody in the state at this point. And with that, I can tell you there are significant disconnects throughout all of our assumptions. We heard a little bit about assumptions and modeling of what the environment looks like versus the observations that we actually make on a day-to-day basis, and how that informs our decision as scientists, as working divers. And I'll also point out I participate in the commercial shell fishery and have seen incredible changes, both good and bad, with that fishery over the last decade or so. Importantly, I want to emphasize that the document that backs this project, number file 2023-02-090, is 1,000 pages of very detailed regulatory, scientific, and technical information. And it's taken, I've gone through all of it in detail, and I can assure you that it is full of concessions and mitigation strategies. It's not grounded in the reality of what comes with underwater construction, which I can speak to very carefully. I was involved in the demolition of the Jamestown Bridge. I was involved in the creation of the artificial reefs from the Jamestown Bridge debris. I was the guy that placed the explosives on the Red Bridge going over the Sakonnet River. I was the guy that dammed off the Woonsocket River to repair the falls. I've personally seen what heavy construction does underwater. Some of it out of necessity, and I recognize that, but in this case, there is no necessity. What's before the council is purely a decision of environmental siting. There are no decisions that we've made here tonight by anybody or by this council ever in the future that speak to some grander plan to save the world from climate change. I don't discount that we have environmental problems and climate problems, but it will not be solved by running a cable up the Sakonnet River. If this project is going to occur, there should be alternates considered. If the cable run were permitted, this would be the largest project in Rhode Island by land area, at least, ever. We have no precedent understanding of how that will impact things moving forward. So I see that I'm up against time. I guess I'll close with one important scientific point, that there was no mention of the Atlantic sturgeon. Mr. Willis knows that we have Atlantic sturgeon. They're on the endangered species list. They travel from upper Mount Hope Bay, the Town River, down through the Sakonnet. No mention. So there are clearly glaring oversights of endangered species that need to be considered. And of course, numerous others that are embedded in these 1,000 pages that I would encourage you to go through extremely carefully in considering your future vote. So thank you.
Thank you. James Boyd. Good luck on this guy.
I'm gonna enjoy stopping this class.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, CRMC staff. By way of introduction to the new council members, my name is Jim Boyd, and I was employed by the CRMC for 23 years as an environmental scientist, coastal policy analyst, and the last year and a half as deputy director before my retirement in July of 2022. Since that time, I'm back on the bay, commercial shell fishing, as I did in my earlier years. And I am here tonight representing the Rhode Island Quahog, the state shellfish. I'm a board member of the Rhode Island Shell Fishermen's Association, and we submitted our comments to the council in December of 2024. And we requested that the 3 conditions that were in our comments be incorporated into the CRMC Assent. My primary reason for addressing the council this evening is because you have a very important role to play here, and a unique one because I was the primary author of the staff reports for the Vineyard Wind, offshore wind project, as well as South Fork Wind. Both of those projects were reviewed only under federal consistency. No portion of those projects came into Rhode Island state waters. Vineyard Wind went into Massachusetts, South Fork Wind went to Long Island. CRMC had very limited authority through federal consistency, limited by NOAA, essentially, and by what conditions we can impose essentially through federal consistency and negotiations with offshore wind developers. However, in this case, SouthCoast Wind is coming into state waters. It's a very different animal. And as council members, you have the ultimate authority under your regulations and statute to impose any reasonable conditions you deem necessary to meet the CRMC's requirements, not only under the Ocean SAMP, but under the Category B requirements of the CRMC's regulations. So what I'm asking is that please incorporate the 3 conditions that we put in our December 2024 letter. Namely, do a proper survey of the shellfish resources in the Sakonnet River. Transplant any shellfish resources that will be in harm's way as a result of the installation of the cable, the direct drilling exit pits, both offshore and as they make landfall, and to make sure that shellfish resources are transplanted and protected rather than being destroyed through any kind of excavation and side casting. In the application, they're talking about 15,000 cubic yards of material that will be side casted. That will smother shellfish unless it's removed and transplanted. So you have the authority, you have the power, because this is a state permit. So please incorporate the 3 conditions in our December 24 letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're gonna read the, I don't know if it's Thomas Robel. I'm sorry, I can't read that.
Roberts, Timmons.
Oh, Timmons? How are you?
My writing's pretty bad.
Yes, you are, Brown. Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name is Timmons Roberts, Timmons, Roberts, Roberts. I'm a professor at Brown University, where I've been for 17 years. I'm 35 years working on clean energy and climate change. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the university. I hope I'm speaking loud enough. Coastal habitats are at huge risk with sea level rise. Literally, it's impossible for us to adapt to even a few feet of sea level rise with billions of dollars of infrastructure, such as sewage systems and roads right along our coasts.
Then there's homes. I would respectfully disagree with the quite eloquent testimony from an earlier speaker that said there is no necessity in our acting in this case. There is a huge necessity, and that is that if we do not act, no one will. For years, I took my students to the United Nations climate change negotiations. I've seen that the lack of leadership from the United States has been devastating in our efforts to deal with this problem. But there's many other reasons that this is beneficial, of course, to Rhode Island, including helping us with price spikes when fossil fuel prices go through the roof when there's a war in the Middle East, for example. In my lab, I got some funding and we redid the study by the state of Rhode Island about how it could meet its climate change goals of emissions reductions. We found that offshore wind was the resource. That was the one way that we could do that. We could double our electricity production, which we're going to need to if people drive electric vehicles and use heat pumps. And offshore wind was the technology. Literally in southern New England, we don't have any other alternative. There's huge resource out there. We're the Saudi Arabia of wind, and the cables need to come to shore. Buried cables are indeed everywhere. There's 1.3 million kilometers, the interweb tells me, in 400 active high voltage cables around the world. This is nothing new. But I do want to say that you're being targeted in part because this is one of the weak parts. This is one of the most vulnerable parts in siting these big projects. I mean, these are big energy infrastructure. There are impacts, of course. David Stevenson, who was at the libertarian think tank, the Sidney Rodney Institute, Caesar Rodney Institute in Delaware, said, quote, "Cables are the Achilles heel of the wind industry. Attack them where they come to shore." Attack them where they come to shore. So in other words, these were out in federal waters. They were unable to stop them there. So let's go after the places where they need to bring the cables to shore. It's become quite difficult for these projects. And you've seen the 26 agencies I counted on that slide that these developers have had to jump through hoops with. And they're following regulations. They have made huge concessions. They've, as your staff has carefully reviewed the laws and the biology, that they've determined that the project meets these laws and that the impacts are modest, especially for a project of this size. So I encourage you to support this application with, of course, the caveats that are included in the mitigation plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Marchetti.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council. Here, Michael Marchetti, FAB member, lifelong fisherman for almost 45 years now. I won't speak to Jeff already covered the improper FAB makeup through the OSHA stamp. This was another check the box process, we feel, just like all the previous ones. I was part of the previous FAB as well. And we all were very frustrated in our volunteered efforts and what the outcomes were. And we left quite disappointed and disgusted. This process, I would like to add to this that we feel we were denied legal representation of our contracted legal representative. We had a signed piece of paper with the same person that has represented us through and through all the last, except for the Vineyard Wind, through South Fork, Revolution, Sunrise. Okay, we were denied that. Neither the developer nor staff wanted to work with those individuals. Okay, so we were offered opportunities to work with other people. We did not feel that they were qualified with what we felt, with what we wanted. So we felt that that was an egregious, that was just a big giant problem for us, quite frankly. So we went without. We chose to go without. We went with Todd. Todd did a great job representing us with the economics. He does very well. And we were happy with his work, but nonetheless, because of that and other issues, we don't feel that we can approve this project as a fab. I'd like to move on and say we are proceeding with no science. Really no science. Can I tell you that the Block Island Wind Farm is commercially non-existent now? Can I tell you the South Fork, I cannot commercially fish there anymore. I spent since 1987 fishing coxes, okay, in lobster fisheries and scallop fisheries. When this started, I had the best year of my career on coxes, scallop fishing. I can't catch more than a pound of scallop meat there with it. The last time I went there in October, 4 toes for 1 pound of meat. The benthic destruction that has happened due to vibratory compactions of pile driving is horrific. The clamshells, dead clamshells that I tow up now, all the worms, the systemic productivity of Cox's Ledge and the surrounding areas from cumulative impacts is immense, and nobody here has the opportunity to see that and experience that. I feel we were denied due process for mitigation also for federal waters for the wind energy area, and the federal waters 70 miles worth of cable run. That is going to affect lobstermen from Rhode Island, crab fishermen from Rhode Island, potentially gill netters for monkfish and skate. It's going to affect squid trawlers and whiting trawlers. As these cables run alongside the Vineyard Wind and through the same grounds that we tried to discuss and try to mitigate along with the Vineyard Wind, and comes right along past Revolution as well. So I feel that was denied us, that discussion needs to be had as it's affecting Rhode Island fishermen negatively. The potential is huge. The effects of these projects are huge. We are moving forward. The effects of trawling is like tilling a field. It really is. The effects of construction, I don't think anyone here has had the opportunity to go out and see the smog haze that hangs over these construction areas from these vessels. They are huge vessels, multiple smokestacks. I've been there. It's a smog haze. It's amazing. These things do not grow like daisies. The destruction, the habitats that they destroy, we don't know how long-term these effects are going to be, and yet we keep proceeding forward with the next project. That's why I came back to the FAB, to witness this and try to at least speak to this. There's a very base problem with all this in my view. So the amount of fuel used by these ships is measured in tons, not gallons. The smog that hangs over these grounds, it's like when it blows in from New York City. It's not good. So therefore, my point being here is actually to ask, not to say deny or approve, but actually ask for a continuance so we can have more discussion on some very important points to how this is going forward and have some resolution to some of the points that I personally experience and I personally think are highly destructive. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Nixon.
Hi. My name is Camille Nixon, Nixon. And I'm a grandmother from Warren, Rhode Island. We live right on the water. And I'm a proponent of offshore wind. I think it's absolutely beautiful to see the windmills running and giving gold, spinning gold for our children and our children's children to stop climate change. I think we should put all of our might into renewables for the health of the planet and wildlife, and leaving a healthy environment for our children. We've seen that wind turbines work all over the world, and there are no adverse effects on marine wildlife. Just the opposite. Fisheries suffer because of climate change now, and I notice that that's happening more and more. It's due to the warming of the waters, etc. Turns out that marine wildlife like cooler waters, and climate change is making it worse. So we're talking about fisheries and fishing. Well, it's not going to get better unless we tackle climate change, period. And the only way, as people have said, is wind turbines. We are the ocean state. We can be a beacon for the rest of the world, at least this country, by showing them how it's done. We can be proud and we can say we can save the future for our kids. Let's do it. What are we waiting for? Why is it taking years for this to get done? It's horrendous. And I feel bad for the fishermen, but the climate change is the problem. Let's see, I have a painting here. I know it's kind of crazy, but I know the CRMC is involved with how people live and their quality of life, right? As far as creatures as well as humans. Well, this is a painting, and I wonder if I could just show it to you. It's by Claude Monet, and it's a picture, and I know a lot of people say, oh, I don't want to see the windmills. But guess what they used to look at? Look at what's in the background of this picture. It's steam engine powered ships, and they're huge plumes of smoke. And these wealthy people are sitting there enjoying a cocktail. They're having a fine time. They don't care that there's a few ships with, some plumes of smoke. So I'm saying, don't believe that people are going to say, like they have in Newport with the lawsuit, that it's going to affect tourism adversely. No, it's going to make people excited and happy, as I am as a grandma. Please let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Sabula?
Good evening. My name is Gary Sabula, SABULA. I'm a resident of Barrington, Rhode Island. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Several decades ago, I read a scientific assertion that climate change, commonly referred to at the time as global warming, was the greatest threat to civilization. We now know that decades of burning fossil fuels have led to rising atmospheric CO2 levels, which cause rising global temperatures, which in turn are melting glaciers and polar ice caps, leading to rising sea levels. Consequently, we are experiencing storms, floods, and wildfires of increasing intensity. This is all documented by decades of careful scientific observation and research. Insurance companies recognize this as well. My homeowner's insurance premiums have increased accordingly in recent years, and maybe yours have as well. Many insurance companies have stopped offering insurance in coastal areas because they know what the future holds. More traumatically, people living halfway around the world, in coastal Bangladesh, Pacific Island nations, are already being displaced by rising sea levels. They are losing their homes. They are losing everything. Most of them do not have homeowners insurance. And most of them are not responsible for climate change. That responsibility clearly falls to industrialized nations. Therefore, we can and we must do more to combat climate change. Transitioning from fossil fuels to renewables such as wind and solar are essential steps we must take. In this region, the SouthCoast Wind project will help to meet Rhode Island's ambitious and necessary renewable energy goals by delivering enough clean, reliable electricity to power 800,000 homes at stable, predictable prices. The impact of this project on Rhode Island's coastal areas will be minimal, especially in comparison with the long-term benefits. I know there are some groups, the fishermen and others, who will experience some transitional issues. Those can be dealt with. The impact of Rhode Island, the impact of this project on Rhode Island's coastal areas will be minimal, especially in comparison with the long-term benefits. As an added bonus, in most areas, electricity from renewable energy now costs less than electricity from fossil fuels, and renewables are much cleaner. The effects of climate change are sometimes difficult to appreciate. A few degrees in global temperature rise sounds almost inconsequential, especially with the beautiful weather we've been enjoying this week.
but many decades of data collection and analysis and increasingly intense weather events around the world confirm the scientific consensus that we have only a very short time, perhaps a decade, in order to prevent the worst effects of climate change. We can do this, and we must. Our future, our children's future, depend upon it. Therefore, I strongly urge this council to approve the Rhode Island portion of the SouthCoast Wind project so that the overall project can move forward without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Bobrovsky. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, the Coastal Resource Management Council, for their tireless work to ensure the responsible management of our beautiful state's coast. My name is Fanny. I'm 22 years old, and I recently graduated from Brown University with a degree in environmental studies and public affairs.
Please spell your last name, please.
Bobrovsky is Bavrobsky. Yes, of course. I'm testifying in strong support of the SouthCoast Wind project. The transition to renewable energy projects like this is essential if we are serious about if we're serious about protecting Rhode Island's communities, coastlines, and ecosystems. The science is clear. While offshore wind projects have temporary impacts during construction, those impacts must be weighed against the far greater risks posed by continued dependence on fossil fuels. And we rightly discuss ocean warming, habitat destruction, and threats to marine life. Yet climate change itself is already warming our oceans, altering our ecosystems, and shifting species distributions, and putting immense stress on our coastal communities. I've heard many concerns about electromagnetic fields, construction impacts, and disturbances of marine environments. And these are very important questions, and they do deserve very careful study and mitigation. But it is also important to recognize that our oceans already experience constant disruption from shipping traffic, coastal development, fossil fuel infrastructure, and countless other human activities. We routinely make decisions that affect marine ecosystems because we believe that broader benefits justify those impacts. As a matter of fact, many underground and undersea cables already exist in Rhode Island and provide valuable services to Rhode Islanders. What I'm asking is that we apply the same standard here. If we are concerned about environmental impacts, then we should evaluate them consistently across all forms of development and energy production. Offshore wind is not impact-free. We know this. It's literally been laid out for us. But neither is the status quo or any form of energy that every single one of us relies on. Offshore wind and this cable present a much better cost-benefit analysis than most other energy generation methods. The question is not whether there will be impacts, but which path leaves future generations of humans and ecosystems alike with a healthier and more stable climate. As someone who will live with the consequences of today's decisions for decades to come, I believe the answer is clear. SouthCoast Wind represents an investment in a more resilient future, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Sullivan White, or Watts. Barbara Sullivan Watts. That's it.
Combining the Irish Sullivan with Watts. So it's spelled SULLIVAN -WATTS. I am a marine research scientist at the University of Rhode Island. I am now retired. I've been there for over 30 years, and I have 40 years of experience in the documenting of impacts of human beings on the ocean and ocean creatures. Specifically, I studied plankton. In 1977, I published a paper about dredging and the impact on marine systems. Since that time, we have dredged and dredged and dredged. We have learned how to dredge. We have learned how to mitigate impacts. Okay. I am very proud to say that I'm proud of the work that has been done here by the other scientists. It's not easy work. There's a lot that they have accomplished. There might be a few things they have missed. And I've been involved in that kind of work my whole life. Another research project that I did that might explain to you where I'm coming from. By the way, I'm hoping that you will vote to approve this application. I worked on the disposal of hot water into estuaries by coal-fired power plants. At that time, they were already built, and we had to prove that there were problems from doing that. And it took us years of study to prove that. I finished that in 1977. Again, this was all early work. Cooling towers were not put into the Brayton Point power plant until 2011. I've also studied nutrient pollution in Narragansett Bay. And as time went on, we learned how to understand the impacts on the marine system and how to better mitigate them and to have mitigation done. Fields Point sewage plant was mitigated. The construction and operation of wind farms is another of our activities that deserves the utmost care to identify and minimize the impacts. And years of work have gone into this by many, many scientists. I have not been directly involved in this work at all. I've never been paid for it. But I have a concern because of my background and an understanding of the issues. So I hope I'm giving you an independent view in that sense. I read the documents. I've been involved in this for like 3 to 4 years. So I've read all the documents, the federal and state documents, including the category State Assent. I have to agree with the big picture. The impacts of dredging are short-term and over limited space. There will be impacts, and we should try to work with them. They're also correct in stating that the potential longer-term impacts of EMF from the cables have been studied extensively, but the weight of the current scientific evidence does not support population level impacts on marine species. So the choice before the CRMC is whether to permit an activity with relatively predictable known impacts of dredging that will allow renewable energy to be brought onshore to a site that I point out to you formerly produced very dirty, harmful energy. We are moving into a future of renewable energy, which can make life better for all of us. I'm not even going to mention climate change. I don't think I need to, because this new energy provides advantages to Rhode Island of a local source of energy that is abundant, reliable, and provides a stable price for energy and employment for our local workers as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Justin Boyan.
Hello, Council.
Hello.
Justin Boyan, B-O-Y-A-N, of Providence. Thank you all for spending this evening and so many prior evenings working on this project and for all your past work on offshore wind. I am a former NASA research scientist and senior Google engineer. I'm also a lover of the outdoors, a hiker and a kayaker. And as a kayaker, I have a deep personal interest in protecting Rhode Island's coastline, including my favorite spots along the Sakonnet, such as Taylor's Lane Beach, Fogland, Old Stone Bridge, and Gull Cove. I want our water to be pristine and safe for recreation, wildlife, and everyone who depends on the ocean for their livelihood. And for that reason, I'm strongly in favor of approving SouthCoast Wind's application to run their cable up the Sakonnet to bring renewable energy to the New England grid. I'll echo previous remarks when I say the biggest threat to our ocean habitat is by far from climate change. Around the world, temperature records are falling like dominoes. Glaciers are calving Rhode Island-sized chunks of ice into the ocean. There was just one in April, actually 2 Rhode Islands big. Sea level rise is accelerating. It's awfully scary. And locally, we see firsthand the rise of ocean temperature and ocean acidity, which threatens the food chain of all marine life and our fisheries. Not to mention the increase in tick-borne diseases, dangerously hot days, floods, fires, beach erosion, etc. We see it, and it's accelerating. So most of the opponents of the wind farm say they don't deny the science of climate change. Some of them even say they're motivated by concern for the environment. But the fact is this project will power over 1 million homes in our region. If I have the statistics right, 800,000 in Rhode Island and over 1 million altogether using energy from the wind. If that power is not brought onto our grid, those 1 million+ homes will be powered as they currently are, 85% from methane gas that is fracked, burned, and thickens the carbon blanket that is suffocating the planet. I'd also like to point out some of the opponents to clean wind energy belong to a group by the name of Green Oceans that uses environmental rhetoric in their communications as well as their name. It's important, I think, for you to know that Green Oceans has no credibility as a pro-environment organization. Their long-serving counsel, Marzullah Law, is infamous for representing polluters and extractive industries for decades at the expense of environmental protection. So for the health of our ocean ecosystems and for all of our state's animals and people, I urge you to expedite the approval of this application.
Thank you. Janine Jaguar-Gagnon.
Hello, thank you for being so patient and listening to all of us. My name is Janine Jaguar-Gagnon, JeAnnine, GIGUERE-GAGNON. I was trying to think of what I could say that would make a difference. I know you've heard many people speak already. You've heard many statistics, many people speaking about what the impacts might be. I am in favor of you in support of this proposal. I was a union carpenter and could talk about good paying jobs, but someone has already spoken about that. I'm not a scientist and just an elderly woman who had a good and challenging life. I think of climate change as a person who had recently been diagnosed with cancer. There are alternatives like surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, or just doing nothing. Our Earth is suffering from this cancer that has been caused by our dependence on fossil fuels. In order to have a longer life, we may have to go through some surgery, like we're now considering digging to place cables in the ground, and to transfer the energy from the turbines to the onshore connecting points. It may be an inconvenience for a short time, but it may help us and our planet live a longer and better life. Let us not do nothing. Let us approve this permit to get more renewable energy working for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Hill.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Diane, D-I-A-N-E, Hill, H-I-L-L. I'm a resident of North Kingstown. I work as a clinical social worker, and I'm smart enough to know that I should listen to climate scientists because I'm not a scientist. And I'm here today, especially because I'm a grandmother of 2 children growing up in Exeter, Rhode Island. And I want them to be able to enjoy throughout their life the things that I've enjoyed. And that's why global warming and climate change is terrifying to me. The whole concept of tipping points, irreversible damage to the foundations of our climate, is not a legacy I want to leave for my grandchildren. And I think that Rhode Island, from what I understand, is ideally situated to be a leader in the solution to get away from fossil fuels and generate our electricity, our energy from clean, renewable sources like SouthCoast Wind. So I'm in favor of granting this permit. Again, I just want to see future generations of Rhode Islanders, like my grandchildren, be able to enjoy the climate, the environment, and the beaches, the coastlines of Rhode Island like I have. I just want to say, too, that in North Kingstown, I'm part of a group of about 20 active people who we call ourselves Climate Conversations. And these are people from all different backgrounds who are concerned about climate change and want to see North Kingstown move forward and away from fossil fuels. And some of the people in the group are amateur photographers. And one of the ways they came up with to start getting North Kingstown educated about this was they organized a photography exhibit of photographs of the destruction that climate change is rendering on North Kingstown coast, flooding, and the erosion of our beaches. And they have this exhibit. It's been shown at the North Kingstown Public Library and at other libraries in South County. So it's not just me. There are lots of people in North Kingstown and in Rhode Island who want to see our state move forward with renewable clean energy like the SouthCoast Wind project. So I respectfully urge you to approve this permit and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Avery Robertson. One more.
And good evening, Council. My name is Avery Robertson. I'm the Assistant Director of Climate Action Rhode Island and the Vice Chair of the City of Newport, Rhode Island's Energy and Environment Commission. But tonight I'm speaking for myself as a resident of Newport, and I support this project moving forward. Newport is my home, and I'll note that my mother and grandmother grew up in Newport, and I intend to continue to live on the island. I also do what I can to protect it from the impacts of climate change. As stated by many people earlier tonight, I'll just say again that the continued reliance on fossil fuels is worsening climate change, and that is the greatest threat to our ocean and coastal ecosystems. I believe moving this project forward is in the best interest not only of those ocean and coastal ecosystems, but of myself and my community continuing to live on an island that is vulnerable to the worsening impacts of climate change, of which offshore wind is a proven solution to mitigate. So I support this project.
Thank you. Joel Gates.
Hi, my name is Joel Gates, Joelgates. I'm here to urge the CRMC to allow the SouthCoast Wind project to the application to proceed. I was going to talk about sea level rise, but everybody else has, so I'll be brief. As a resident of Gloucester at 300 feet above sea level, I don't have to worry about the ocean lapping at my door anytime soon. But I do have to worry about, and Gary mentioned this, And everybody else has to worry too, because insurance rates are in lockstep with sea level. I am extremely worried about sea level rise will not only affect Rhode Islanders living near the coast and in low-lying areas, but also decimate our great beaches and shorelines. Now, will the SouthCoast Wind stop sea level rise in its tracks? No, but maybe if everybody realizes what is now happening and we dramatically phase out fossil fuels and go all in on renewables, maybe we can reduce the most damaging effects of sea level rise. We don't know unless we try, so try we must. Sea level rise does not affect everyone equally, but climate change is affecting all of us now, and it will just get worse. So please let the application go forward, and please enable the cable. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the individuals that signed up to speak. Bring it back to Attorney Capizzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and CRMC staff. At this time, SouthCoast Wind does not have any further witnesses to present. And we've concluded its presentation. I did just want to brief closing remarks to again thank CRMC staff, DEM, and the FAB. Based on the evidence that's been submitted in its SouthCoast Wind's submissions, its application, and the testimony presented this evening, we believe that SouthCoast Wind has met all the requirements under CRMC's applicable regulations. We ask that the council vote in favor of its Assent B application and Freshwater Wetlands permit application, and adopt and approve CRMC staff recommendations, stipulations, all 30 of them, which SouthCoast Wind agrees with, including the submerged land lease recommendation in fisheries mitigation proposal.
Thank you. Yes.
We have to have these things addressed on the record. Not which way we go.
All right.
Down for the applicant or. Because we have to discuss everything before that.
They said we should discuss these. Our staff or
the staff or the applicant.
Applicant. All right. If you would just address the issue of the Atlantic sturgeon that was brought up.
We can do that if I can call a witness.
Sure.
To speak on that. I believe it would be Sam Ashe.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, thanks for the question. I believe the question is to why the Atlantic sturgeon was overlooked in the Category B Assent application. That's correct.
That's how it was presented. Yes.
So my understanding is that the permit application in front of us tonight are for impacts to marine species within Rhode Island state waters. We do also have several other permitting processes that we've gone through at the federal level that look at things across the board, not just in specific jurisdictions of the project, so to speak. So that is to say that there's the EFH consultation, the Essential Fish Habitat consultation that occurs at the federal level. That's led by NIBS in coordination with BOEM, and that takes a look at basically all of the species that have designated EFH, HAPC, which is Habitat Area of Particular Concern, which is a subset of EFH, and does an assessment of the spatial overlap of the project area with those areas, and that includes Atlantic sturgeon. So that's a long way of saying that the impacts to Atlantic sturgeon have been accounted for. It may not have been called out specifically within the application or the supplementary materials that are in front of you tonight, but that's handled at the federal level, and it includes waters or the Atlantic sturgeon distinct population segment that we're talking about overlaps both the federal and state waters of that the project overlaps with. So.
Thank you. And if you could just address the comments from Jim Boyd. It was relative to the shellfish.
And I think Justin with the speak. We can change.
Oh,
Yeah.
Justin?
So, yeah, I just, I chose not to put Atlantic sturgeon into the staff report. Basically for what he said, this was already being covered by other agencies and just an effort to truncate it a little bit. They did include it in the category B Ascent as a description. We're calling it out specifically as a species that is listed endangered under the ESA Act. Sorry. But as mentioned, the biggest concern I would have for the Atlantic sturgeon is impacts through either drilling, impacts from, installing the monopiles.
You're gonna keep.
Little louder.
Sorry. The greatest impacts I feel would come from impacts such as, pile driving or the monopiles. This is also taking place in the winter. They're a little less active in the winter, but they kind of do their own thing. So that is the reason why you didn't see it in the staff report.
And just for clarification, the application before us is strictly in state waters. There is no pile driving occurring in state waters. That would be occurring in federal waters only. So just for context.
Okay.
Yes, and going back to the question posed by the chair in regards to Mr. Boyd's public comment, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Ashe in 1 second, but I will refer to the CRMC staff report, page 60 of 67, where I believe it was Rhode Island Shellfish Fishermen's Association's previous president, Michael McGivney, who echoed Mr. Boyd's, that's where it started, Mr. Boyd's concerns, the 3 stipulations that the Rhode Island Shell Fishermen's Association provided. They are the same concerns that were raised in 2024, and CRMC staff did address those 3 stipulations and as to why they were not included in the staff report. And I would direct the attention to, just for the record, that's page 60 of 67 at SouthCoast Wind, and I won't read it entirely, just excerpts of the CRMC staff report, has and continues to work with Rhode Island DM Division of Marine Fisheries to conduct surveys and other monitoring activities. Rhode Island DEM's 401 water quality certification direct permit issued for the project already requires SouthCoast Wind to conduct shellfish survey prior to HVD construction activity to verify that shellfish density in the dredging area does not exceed densities outlined in Rhode Island's guidance for conducting shellfish surveys for dredging projects document. If densities are found to exceed those levels, efforts will be made to relocate those animals to the appropriate habitat in close coordination with Rhode Island DEM. And the staff, CRMC staff cites to the application at 3-49. And I'm not sure if Mr. Ashe wants to supplement that.
The only thing I would add is the 401 permit issued through RIDEM. This is condition 11 that Christian just spoke to.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So is there a problem if we put a stipulation in that mimics that in our assent? I mean, you're already subject to it if we add it into our assent.
Yeah, I would say it would only be inappropriate in that it's handled under a different jurisdiction. So it's redundant to what RIDEM has already issued us through our water dredging permit. And that is the permitting process where those types of conditions would come through, is my understanding.
Well, I've done a lot of CRMC permits and I've seen shellfish surveys as a condition, so.
Would it be that CRMC did not include something that was redundant because it was essentially already there? I mean,
That is why we did not include it in ours, because it was already in the water quality cert. Mr. Rabideau is asking you if it would be okay for us to put it in ours as well.
It's exactly.
And what if I joined him in that request?
I think there are other conditions already that reference some of the RIDEM permit conditions, such as the time of year condition restrictions. So I think if it was a condition added that referenced the existing requirements in the RIDEM permit, we would be okay with that.
Sure, and we just add the reports going directly to CRMC because you're doing them already. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Kevin, Justin, anything that you would like to conclude with?
No, just if there's any additional questions of council member. If there's any additional questions of council members, I'm happy to take those now.
I have a question. Has any of the testimony or evidence that's been provided here this evening changed your opinion from when you originally indicated your request for approval?
For the only topic of which I've been thinking about before the meeting, but hearing the testimony tonight has given me some additional information, is in regards to the compensatory mitigation MOU for fisheries mitigation. And there was discussion around the cap on, at 2031 with the inflation escalators. And that seemed relatively arbitrary as to why that year was selected. Just for kind of background information, that was selected based on the years of impacts and analysis that were laid out in the Woods Hole report, both reports, I believe, and then also Dr. Gilfoos used those years or similar years. That being said, I do think it would be appropriate to consider, of course, with the applicant, whether if the project were to reach financial close, say in 2032, which obviously is beyond that cap year, if they would be amenable to coming back to CRMC to have a discussion around adjusting the MOU numbers for inflation post 2031. In other words, the developer would not get the benefit of reaching financial close in 2032, but paying 2031 prices. So that would be the one adjustment or recommendation I would like to have considered.
Do you want to respond?
Yes, if we may.
We have a similar condition in our energy facility siting board approval, where there is a cutoff date, if you will. I think it is also 2031.
It is.
And it says that if we haven't taken certain project milestones by that date, then that particular aspect of the permit will have a sunset provision unless we come back to EFSB and explain why an extension is necessary. So it's not exactly the same, but I think the 2031 date in our application and in the WHOI report was based on our reasonable estimate of when we would be taking these project milestones by. If for some reason we have to take these milestones such as financial close and construction after 2031, we would be amenable to going back to CRMC staff and discussing the need to adjust inflation factors to account for, say, 2032 or 2033, whenever we took financial close, with the caveat being that the MOU is executed. And I think it would be appropriate to add this as a condition to the category B assent stipulations.
Are you good with that, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Gagnon.
I just had one. So one of the fishermen, I think it was Mr. Grant, mentioned that the administrative costs for the fund is about 27%. I don't know if that's, can't stipulate anything regarding that, but I wonder if that's something that can be looked at to try to reduce that cost. It seems kind of unfair that they agree with the amount of mitigation, but it seems a lot eaten up in a small fund at 27%. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that, but if it can be reviewed and figured out, if that can be reduced somehow.
Sure. So if I can add some context again to the question around adding funds for for fund administration. During negotiations, there was a number thrown out. There was or proposed, I'll say, as to what would be dedicated to paying for the cost of administration for the fund. The issue with the number, or really any number, was that there was no rationale necessarily behind the number itself. So from a being able to.
Number of it for the administration expense or?
Correct. And so from staff's perspective, it was a number that was difficult, and still is difficult to defend, essentially. We just don't have the information to defend it. And in addition, the Rhode Island Fishermen's Future Viability Trust, which holds all the funds for all the offshore wind projects that we've dealt with and have negotiated compensation agreements for. There's been an immense learning curve with one of these projects, even projects by the same developer. Funds project to project change. They are different. So by way of example, the Orsted projects, Southcoast Wind, Revolution, Sunrise, they all walk and talk more or less like a duck, but they're not ducks. They're all very, very different. They're hyper prescriptive when it comes to what the claims process looks like, the eligibility criteria that fishermen have to meet, and a myriad of other things. In hindsight, and we're actively going back and trying to correct some of these issues, they're too prescriptive. They are a real issue that are precluding fishermen from getting access to money that they earned, that they desperately have earned and should have access to. With that, and the number of projects that the Viability Trust is working through, we have intentionally designed and agreed to leave the claims process and design and eligibility for the SouthCoast Wind Cable and State Waters essentially blank. It's the design and everything is to be determined, and we are basing that on what I feel is a very proper and professional assumption that the Viability Trust is essentially going to learn what does and doesn't work from a claims perspective, which will dramatically reduce the overhead administrative costs. That's not to say they'll go away entirely, but we have to be somewhat optimistic, but also realistic in that if there is not any lessons learned, over the years in I think we're getting up to $5+ million in total compensation thus far. Then there's a bigger issue than administrative costs. So that is one of the reasons, the penultimate reason we did not include or ultimately tried to negotiate for some level of administrative funding to support with that. Essentially, the trust has to find those efficiencies to help itself. And we feel very confident that it will do that. We're assisting and going back to help build that consistency and efficiency.
If we can get on the record. Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Kevin, could you give me some degree of comfort with your words, but not completely come? This is something. It's been a long way. I've only been with this, 40 hours or so now. Sure. The idea, though, of leaving something as substantive as the Viability Trust kind of blank is quite unnerving. The issue of the shellfish questions seems to be pretty straightforward. There's a formula. I know PEM used survey, transfer, adjust.
Right.
We should be able to do that in a short time, in a short conversation with BEM colleagues. The other's more substantive. And so I would ask you, as clearly one of the lead, if we said go back and have the conversation and come back to the full council with a more, with a better defined plan, do you have any sense of how long that task would take you?
A very long time. Very long time. That's for a couple of reasons. One, the developing the claims process is it's just resource and time consuming by itself. I mean, right now I'm going back and revisiting the SouthCoast Wind compensation program, and I don't wish that upon my worst enemy. It is an absolute headache, but we are making progress on, making that easier for fishermen. But I would say that the other complication with the MOU as it stands is that there's also the recreational fishing fund. Again, being a first of its kind, there is no concept of how or what that should look like. That is going to take a year plus, if not more, of conversations back and forth of, okay, how does an individual fisherman that goes out 3 times a month, whether it's in Sakonnet or offshore, wherever, and how do they prove a claim? What costs are associated with that? I don't know. How do you defend that claim? What are the releases of liabilities that are associated with that type of a claim? Things like that. How do you prevent double dipping? And it's the same thing with the commercial side. And so with that, it's just going to take way more time than a couple of days to come back with anything of what I feel will be meaningful significance. I think that leaving it blank is significant.
Why do we get
in the sense that the Viability Trust has consistently told us for years, things are messed up. We need more control. Right now, they do not have that control. We're fixing that. This gives the Viability Trust, which is ran by fishermen for fishermen, control over their money, which that already exists, but also control over the design of their own claims process. And that does not exist elsewhere. In Massachusetts, it's ran by the state. In other states, it's ran by the state. For all of the understandable and extreme frustrations that our fishing industry has expressed project after project, without a doubt, they have one of the strongest seats at the table in the country when it comes to offshore wind mitigation. And I feel that this MOU carries that forward and still empowering them to design, again, a process for fishermen by fishermen.
That's sure. And that would be more the last question I think I would raise with Jeff. I know, the staff of CRMC have eroded in numbers greatly in recent years. And I'm concerned, and we heard some of it here about having staff capacity to actually monitor, track, and report, and the idea that you would post things in a timely fashion, unthinkable with current staffing levels. So whether you as executive director think you could negotiate or find a way where that capacity, because it's going to be blamed on you if we don't do it and do it well, and it'll be blamed on the council as well. So finding a way to fulfill that is really important.
I've always wanted to interrupt Mike Sullivan.
Wouldn't be the first time you did. Well, when you
No, I think my question was related directly to that. In all honesty, as when I asked Mr. Scannion the question about the environmental compliance monitor and whether or not it could be the certified verification agent. If the certified verification agent is already a responsibility, why can't the environmental compliance monitor be a CRMC pick and instead and just be available to review all that data, digest all that data, and present those reports to the CRMC? Is there a mechanism inside the agency to be able to accomplish that? You have to do it anyway. You have to, under this assent, you have to agree to an environmental compliance monitor. It would just be someone that CRMC would pick to take the data from your certified verification agent and report it back to the agency.
Is there a formal mechanism that exists? I can use the DEM analogy of seasonal hires. We don't have that ability at CRMC, however, and I was taking notes because this was a Save the Bay comment that you're all following up on.
We are, yeah.
And if that is something that comes out of the discussion at the council level and directed to South Coast, that they would pay for an environmental monitor to fulfill that condition of our permit, I don't see, it would be the same as us bringing on Professor Guilfoyle to act as a consultant for us in the FAB to understand impact issues to fisheries. It's the same process that would work out here.
Control falls.
With,
That's right. Correct. Yeah,
it's a requirement under the assent, which they've agreed to.
correct.
Or a stipulation under the assent, which they've agreed to. You're just going to switch it.
I can live with that quite easily.
Yeah, because I don't.
Clarity of a chain of command of reporting.
Right.
Both to CRMC, but to the public.
Yeah, I mean, DEM has FTE caps, says we don't have, I have to go through an FTE cap increase to do it within the agency, so this is outside.
This is a subcontractor.
This is outside. I think it would easily
Or a
work.
contractor.
Yeah. Mhm. Yep.
So I think we might be able to readjust stipulation 13. Did you follow our logic with all that?
Or I don't think 13 has to be adjusted at all. What has to be agreed upon through your discussions and then with obviously South Coast is having that idea effectuate as an action of the council. And once that happens, we can make it happen.
Okay.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Chair. My concern is an issue that the FAB did not have legal representation. Do you think that's going to become an issue at some point, or in the fact that it sounded like it wasn't made up properly?
We don't think that that's an issue. We can discuss it in detail if you like. But the issue of FAB representation by legal counsel is something that can happen. It's not an absolute requirement.
Okay.
They asked for a particular legal counsel that we asked South Coast to pay for as per the way that the Ocean SAMP is set up to allow. And for several months, beginning about October through January of this past year, we could not get that to work. We could not get South Coast to agree that that was the legal representation for the FAB. So as one of the FAB members noted at the table, and he said, they chose to go without legal representation because at that point we were also hiring through South Coast, Professor Guilfoyle to keep the process moving, to get the negotiations underway, to understand what those impacts are to the benefit of the fishing community and to have that advised staff. And those were actually successful. They were fairly quick. They were moving forward. They were broadcast throughout and we were making headway. So there was less and less of a need to have legal representation. So
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be an issue.
No, we don't believe it will be. No.
Thank you.
And just quickly, I'd like to address the composition of the FAB. The FAB itself is a volunteer body. So we, although the Ocean SAMP is very prescriptive in the types of fisheries and gear types that it wants to be made up of, we obviously can't force folks that participate in those fisheries groups to join the body. So that was one of the major challenges we faced was, just people, whether it be time, disdain or whatever, simply didn't want to join. We were very fortunate to get the numbers we did. And I will say, despite being made up, of predominantly recreational fishermen, we had a very active FAB. They were very professional, and they contributed very meaningfully to the whole process. Very good.
Yeah, I just want to second that too. I can speak for staff here saying we poured a lot of effort to try to recruit people to the FAB. We didn't get a lot of public to come back and try to join. And we found this FAB, I'm sorry to hear that they felt this process worthless. I felt they contributed greatly to the benefit of the staff report and staff's knowledge of the area. So, what it's worth.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, did we discuss, and I missed it, the inflation factor above 2031 and how we were going to address that?
Yes.
Okay. Are we going to mimic the Energy Facility Siting Board language in our?
Sounds like we had an offer to do that.
That's what I heard.
So I had it in my notes when someone makes a motion to just include that in it. Thank you.
All right, this time I'm gonna call on Attorney Longo, before asking for a motion to just give some insight, because there's been a lot put on the table here as far as, motions, addendums and alike, so if you could just enlighten the council.
We need to create a record of your decision, pro or con. And especially when we have conflicting testimony and positions, it's important that we have on the record that you considered those conflicting testimony and issue and made a judgment call on them. So if someone were to make a move for approval or disapproval, there's a couple of things that the motion should include. And that is a decision on whether or not the mitigation is sufficient, because there's been conflicting testimony on that. There's been conflicting testimony on the impact on the environment. So if there's a motion made, it should include whether or not you believe the staff conclusion is more credible, the staff and the applicant's testimony is more credible than that offered in opposition to that issue. If you intend to say that the memorandum of understanding regarding the mitigation is a condition of your approval, you should mention that in your motion as well. And then on the issue of the cap in 3031, I believe, and I think the applicants agreed, so I want to make sure I have this worded properly. If that's in your intention to include, I think the motion should include words to the effect of if financial close does not include by the date in the EFSB approval, the council's assent shall lapse unless it is the assent shall lapse unless it's extended by the council. Is that what?
Again, John, please.
If the financial close is what we've been using for a lot of the triggering events here. So I want to make sure we're going to put that as the trigger for this as well. And it would be if financial close does not occur by the date in the EFSB approval, which is sometime in 2031, that our CRMC assent shall also lapse unless it is extended by the council.
So I will make a clarification on that. So we were using the EFSB decision as an analogy as to 5 years to achieve financial close. And so I think with the intent of the language to address the concerns raised by Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Rabideau in regards to the inflation escalator was if we don't achieve financial close by 2031, then we would, SouthCoast Wind would come back to CRMC to negotiate and look at the escalation, not termination of the assent, but escalation.
That's correct. That's how I understood it.
So, okay, so the matter would come back for before the assent approval would come back before the council for consideration of whether or not the amount should be increased in light of inflation.
It would not be back before the council, but with CRMC staff, because that is where the negotiation takes place.
It would determine how much it should increase.
If it should
So,
increase.
I mean, you council, you've got to pick, is it the staff that's going to decide that or the council?
Council.
I mean,
where does
It's the first pass, right? And then it comes to the council for final.
Yes.
yeah.
We could amend the assent, right?
Well,
It could be an amended assent at that point for an amendment. Staff would negotiate with staff and the amendment would come before the council. The assent would still be valid. It's 35 years, right?
That's correct. And I think it's not necessarily a negotiation. It's a, how did you phrase it?
It's accounting for and acknowledging inflation in the given subsequent year past 2031.
Because the concern was it's capped, as Mr. Sloan said, and I think that was not the intent to, well, strike that. It was the intent to cap it, but in hearing the public testimony and the concerns of Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Rabideau, that he felt that it should go, there should be some type of mechanism where that inflation can be adjusted if we don't reach financial close in 5 years. The EFSB analogy was the 5-year financial close based on the testimony and evidence that was submitted in that hearing.
So it would be, the assent would be approved, if the project does not reach financial close by 2031, South Coast would negotiate an increase in the compensation to reflect inflation with the staff.
An adjustment in the
An
inflation.
adjustment. Oh, well, can it go down or up?
We would just account for inflation in subsequent years.
Count for
Right
inflation
now,
subsequent
10
years.
Not after.
And if
2021.
there was a disagreement between you and the staff, it would come before the council to decide.
Well, I think that we just haven't worked with the staff past 2031. I think accounting for inflation in years 2032 and beyond is pretty straightforward. So that's why I would suggest it's efficient, and I think CRMC staff is.
So I would say it will be if it doesn't achieve financial close by 2031, the amount of compensation owed shall be adjusted in light of inflation after 2031.
Although you take into account inflation.
For the calendar year beyond 2031.
Yes.
Taking into account doesn't necessarily mean it goes up and down or whatever you.
Yes.
It's at that point in time, we review it.
Correct, but regardless of the up, down, that still reflects the make whole standard. Make whole does not necessarily mean you get paid more or less. It reflects the valuation based on economic conditions. So
we will be accounting for inflation.
The amount
past
will be
2031.
the amount will be adjusted if necessary to account for inflation.
And it's the end of 2031.
End of 2031. I'm comfortable with that. That wouldn't have to come back before the council, and it would be approved, and it would require them to escalate it if it goes up.
Any questions of Attorney Longo from the staff, from the council? Is the council in a posture for a motion?
I think so.
Mr. Izzy.
Mr. Chairman, based on the testimony of CRMC staff, the CRMC staff report, the testimony of the applicant's witnesses, and considering the public's comments, I would move that the council approve the application of South Coast Energy LLC in file 2023-02-090, finding that the mitigation proposed by the applicant is sufficient. The impact on the environment is minimal, and the MOU is a condition of the approval, and including the 30 stipulations contained in the staff report and recommendation, and adding to those stipulations the following additional stipulations. One, that the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management shellfish survey also be provided to the CRMC staff, that the environmental monitor referred to in stipulation 13 forward his or her reports to the CRMC staff, and that if financial closure is not accomplished by end of calendar year 2031, that the applicant will negotiate an inflation escalator or adjustment with CRMC staff for years 2032 until financial closure.
Would you yield to a little bit of an amended language where you said the environmental compliance monitor would forward their reports to CRMC staff? The environmental compliance monitor should be retained by CRMC and direct their work appropriately.
Paid for by.
But paid for by. the applicant,
Okay,
the applicant.
okay.
You're gonna accept that one?
I will accept that
All right, how about-
modification.
How about then another one with your language with regard to DEM shellfish? In that you covered the survey, but that also has if certain population triggers are hit, then there are an action to do transplants or not. And so if you'd incorporate the associated actions within the DEM shellfish survey provisions.
Yeah, I'd accept that modification to the motion.
I'll second the motion.
It's just belt and suspenders. It's required by DEM. Right? So now it's required by DEM and CRMC.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? I'll poll the council. Mr. Starr,
I affirm, yes.
Mr. Izzy,
I don't know. I'm rid of this.
Mr. Izzy,
Aye.
Mr. Sullivan,
Aye.
Mr. Bernardo,
Aye.
Mr. Rabideau,
Aye.
Mr. Gagnon.
Aye.
I too, Raymond Coy, vote aye.
Well done.
Thank you, everyone, for your. Thank you, Cindy. Having no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn, please. Motion made, seconded, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.